뭐가해? 소이가해! 제시르다!
에리?
替えそいがえ絶するな。
モーレ。 bere, more.
Tsiki tsiki. Yo.
Oh, eh?
Ada, atototeri, are you? Ada, atototeri, are you?
Gee, she's odore.
Ada, atototeri, are you?
Let's go.
Yeah?
Ada, atototeri, are you?
Yo.
P ドトゥールフィーラベソ。 Ada, Atototeri, are you? 아다, 아토토테리, 아르유.
Yeah? Tsiki, tsiki.
Ada, atototeri, are you?
Peter?
ゆい。 I'm fine.
Okay. Good job. So so let's just think about what just happened, right? So like you felt something resonated, and then the emotions came up. Your mind started to think and experience certain things. You're not quite sure what. And using the breath, you restrained or calmed those feelings. And, I think last time, I guess the track we got on was to explore those feelings. This time, I want to teach you something else. So it's not necessarily about exploring those feelings right now, unless you want to. But I think...
No, I want to believe that there's whatever in me that's missing, that I can fill it.
So this is the other really important thing to understand. That thing that is missing within you is also a calling.
I think I have the calling though now. I feel like I have for career feeling. I feel like I have what I want.
Yes. So a calling is about more than a career. Right? So this is something within you that is not allowing you to be content. This is something within you that is pushing you to explore and learn and grow. Because this is it's not satisfied. So that's the same thing that Buddha had. Like he just felt like something was missing. And and you say nothing is ever going to change that, because for 30 years nothing has ever been able to change it.
I just want to wake up and be around a lot of friends and have a lot of people laughing and about random things.
Yep.
And maybe sit on a couch and take turns playing some games casually.
Okay.
Like that. And
you want to be a child with no bad feelings. But you're not. And Dr. K, you're telling him he can have this. But it's not true. You're telling him he can escape his pain with breathing techniques. And it's not true. And again, you just casually say, oh, we're not going to talk about your feelings today. After getting you to open up about your trauma. Now we're going to do breathing techniques. You saw how strongly he reacted when you said something was missing. But then you just brushed past it and said, oh, you're just feeling the same thing Buddha felt. No. He was feeling something strong towards you about what you said. He was not feeling something strong about his life. It was toward you. You evade it. That was your first chance to have a real therapeutic moment.
Quit flopping around.
To show him that not everyone is too fragile to hold or make space for his feelings. But you are. So you didn't.
There's always another way.
You're just teaching people to be like you. But you make your feelings invisible and crush them down so you don't upset anybody else. And you're very good at it. And you think other people can be good at it like you. But it's a lonely way to live. Not everybody wants to do that. And not everybody should do that. In fact, I would say maybe almost nobody should do that. But the worst part is that you advertise what is basically like systematic emotional repression as a cure for loneliness, when it just causes more loneliness. And as a cure for anxiety and depression, when it will just cause more anxiety and depression. And you've only been around for such a short period of time. There's no evidence that you can keep this up without snapping. I think you will snap.
And then I want to... that's the thing I always feel like is missing that I want.
Yes.
But the things with the career... I always felt like that was missing, but now that I'm working on my game, I feel like that part, I do what I want.
Okay.
I'm doing what I always wanted to do. Maybe I'm not there yet, and like my game will come out, and then when I'm actually seeing people play it and I'm patching it, you know, and taking their feedback and things like that and making it better, then maybe it'll feel it's more in the state of where I want to be.
Okay.
You know.
So, Rectful, I think we've got one of two choices. So one is that, so my hypothesis is that you should strive to create a life filled with people who enjoy your company and who you feel relaxed and like fulfilled by. And I suspect once you get that, one day you're going to wake up and you're going to be like, oh shit, this feeling isn't gone.
Yeah, that's scary. 'Cause at least right now I have a goal.
Exactly.
Right now I have a goal that I want some friends around. If I have a bunch of friends around and then I still feel empty inside, I don't know. What I would do.
Yeah. So let's talk about friends for a second. So tell me a little bit about, tell me a little bit about your situation. Like, you know, it seems like you're really hungering for relationships and companionship.
Well, the first thing that came to mind is just being in school. I don't know why. For some reason, when I was in school, no one liked me. Now people like me on the internet, but I didn't have any friends. Very isolating. Going to school every day, having no friends. You see everyone else having friends for years. You don't have any. But I feel like I could get over that. What is it really?
How did you feel when you were in school?
I think I felt terrible.
What does that mean?
Never falter.
I don't know. It's hard to put myself back.
So it looks like about now you're realizing that Byron's a little more fucked up than you thought. I don't think you understood that he didn't have friends. I don't think you understood that he thinks that his fans on the internet are his friends. I don't think you understood that he still has no friends. Despite having a 2-hour conversation with him about depression, you did not know any of this. Because you were not actually listening, and you were not actually talking to him about his life. And now, what I suspect is going to happen is that you are going to feel some responsibility for having gotten yourself into this mess, which is what is going to lead to you doing 4 more streams with this motherfucker. Which you would not have done. You would not have touched him with a 10-foot pole if you knew how fucked up he was to start.
It's a related. I mean, people understand what it is. I don't have to actually like put myself in the emotion and experience it again.
Sure.
People know, like the feeling of not being included in things, or I don't really know how to describe it exactly. Yeah.
I think not being included is a great way to start. Because what I'm hearing from you is inclusion is what you're looking for, right? Like what with this picture that you painted of like people just being around.
Yeah.
Like, yo, Rectful, like you want to grab some food? You're like, yeah, man. Like you want to play some Smash Brothers? Like, yeah, man.
Yeah, like, okay, so right before we did our talk, I went live on Instagram. I texted like 5 people and no one wanted to get food that day, and I went live on Instagram and asked if anyone wanted to get food with me. And then I met up with a viewer to get dinner. Like, that's how much I'm seeking like someone to talk to, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We talked about some scars last time.
A lot of the terminology,
Okay.
the harm I remember that
Yeah.
one, but a lot of the terminology I don't remember.
So, I think I'm just thinking about timing.
My people are counting on me.
I'm just trying to think about how to say this stuff in a way that doesn't make it seem obvious or informational, but can be a little bit more impactful or transformative.
I'm wondering if I should tell you some more stories or something from. Do you like to listen to people's childhood and things like that? It's very opening.
Yeah. I'm also just thinking a little bit about time because I don't want to lose track of the earlier stuff that we were talking about, and I'm just trying to decide a little bit about the cost benefit of like really hammering something down. Like, would you be better served by just hammering down the breath and implementing that change, or by like really opening up this topic in like a new way? Because I feel like if we talk,
I think I want to open it up in a new way. Yeah.
Okay. So then okay. So then tell me a little. I mean,
although the breath thing.
Yeah.
The breath thing is more direct and it'll help me right away.
Yeah, so I'm actually going to do something that I think a lot of people, including yourself, are going to find unsatisfying.
You cut out for a while.
Sorry, I was going to say, I'm actually thinking about doing something that you and probably Twitch chat will find unsatisfying, because I think we're on the cusp of something important for you. But at the same time, I think it is important to recognize that change is not necessarily following. Change doesn't come about by following the thing that we feel like doing. Change comes about by doing the thing that we really need to do. And I think we're actually at that juncture right now where the last time we talked, there was something kind of emotionally transformative about our time together. And now we have another opportunity to basically do like episode 2 of last time. But what I'm really wondering is, are you going to be better served by doing episode 2 of last time, or by you actually like settling down and like nailing down, I guess is the phrase I'm looking for, this issue of the breath and starting to implement that change? Like a year from now.
There's always another way.
Byron wants to talk about his feelings. You don't want to talk about his feelings. He wants to be listened to. You don't want to listen to him. He's used to people not wanting to listen to him. That's probably what is attracting him to this, and why he is not going to see a therapist, because part of him doesn't actually want to be listened to, and he's used to opening himself up to deaf ears. Probably why he likes streaming.
Ride upon the waves.
You just want to do your breathing exercises. So he's entering this weird exchange with you, where he's going to go along with all your stupid Hindu bullshit that he doesn't care about, in exchange for the chance to awkwardly interject something about his.
You're just sitting in the water. So I want you to just sit in the transition and just feel it.
Saying it worked. What the hell? I don't know if it worked that fast. Okay, let's see. All right, going.
Lay down on your right and just put full attention to which of your nostrils is open. On your right. So right side down. Yeah, so put your arm, put your right arm under you. Right arm under, like this.
My right arm.
Yeah, under your body.
Here?
Yeah, so just lay down on your right side.
Don't put my arm under me when I lie down.
I know you don't. I know you don't. But do it this time. And try to be, yeah, don't curl. No curling. Just lay down. Yeah, so just scoot down a little bit. So, this is fucking weird, I know. Fold the pillow in half and tuck it under your head.
My people are counting on me.
Yes, perfect. Close your eyes. And watch. You guys do it too. Lay down on whichever side the nostril is open.
I will see my home again.
And then close your eyes and watch. Watch your breath. It's going to take a couple minutes, so be patient.
Sure as the tides.
Both of them are rarely are going to be fully open. So check with your nose. You may notice a subtle difference between the two if you think they're both okay.
Never fall.
No, it's not enough to put the head on the side. It has nothing to do with the head. It has to do with the armpit. Yeah, but then you're tipping forward, which isn't good, but that's okay.
I'll just go back.
Even if, you know, the overwhelming evidence suggests that a good treatment for depression is an SSRI or antidepressant like Prozac, if it doesn't work for you, it doesn't fucking work for you. So what science says kind of doesn't matter, right? So you, like, a lot of what I advocate for is individual exploration
Say
of...
Prozac.
Yeah.
When my brother killed himself, he had just started taking Prozac.
Yeah.
A month before.
How old was he?
21.
So I don't know if people are aware of this, but there's a black box warning placed by the FDA that soon after taking SSRIs, it actually increases the risk of suicidality, which is completely bizarre. Some people hypothesize that when you're super depressed, you don't feel like doing anything. So even though you're suicidal, your lack of motivation prevents you from killing yourself. And I mean, no one really knows this, but when I asked my professors, like, you know, why is it that SSRIs actually increase the risk of suicidality? Like, what the fuck is up with that? One person told me, well, I think actually, as crazy as this sounds, what happens is it fixes motivation problems before it fixes suicidality. So there's a brief window of time where people still feel suicidal, but the Prozac is giving them, like, enough pep in their step to actually go and try to hurt themselves. So it's kind of like a really bizarre sort of instance. But this is like, there's literally a black box warning, which means when you get a medication, there's like a black box on it from the FDA that says that taking this medication increases suicidality.
That warning wasn't there though when he started taking it. I don't think
yeah,
it's
so
there yet.
the warning happened because a lot of people like your brother killed themselves. And the warning is really applies to adolescents and teenagers, but I think it also fits for young adults. It seems to not have that effect nearly as much in older people, or it seems to be absent. So we're not sure why that happens.
Yeah, so if they had known back then that mushrooms were good for depression and instead of Prozac, then he might have been alive. I shouldn't think that way, you know.
Yeah. What do you... What is that thought? What are you thinking? What are you feeling?
Can't blame anybody. They're trying... I mean, I guess they're trying to discover what's good for depression, right?
That's not what you're doing. What are you doing, Ratful?
Regret?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also blame. Also
Maybe
wanting...
I'm blaming a little bit. Yeah, I'm blaming a little bit.
Also, at its core, you want things to be different. You want things to not be this way.
Yeah.
That's the crux of it. Is that you're not ready to accept the way things are.
Yeah.
And unless... What are you going to hold... So when you don't accept...
Now you're going to lead him through... You've already decided what the next thing... You're so afraid of feelings. The moment he feels a feeling, you stop him. And then you come up with these fake questions that you already have the answers to, and then you're going to lead him through a dialogue tree, at the end of which is him breathing through a nostril while doing a weird pose with his hand or some other fucking thing, so that you don't have to talk about how he's feeling. But the whole reason he's upset and depressed and why he fucking killed himself is that he thinks nobody wants to talk about his feelings. And he's always thought that, and it's always been true.
What happened to your brother and you don't accept your own depression? What does that mean for you? Like, what does that mean for your life? What does that lack of acceptance feel like? What does the lack of acceptance feel like?
Unfulfilled? I don't know.
What are these questions? They don't make sense.
I don't know what answer.
Like there's something fucking missing.
Yeah, that's unfulfilled, right?
Yeah.
Something missing.
And so when you wake up in the
Yoga.
morning
You need yoga.
and you feel like something is unfulfilled, when you feel like something is missing, like that's where that shit comes from. And as long as you hold on to that, I'm not saying that it's easy to let go or that you're ready to let go yet, because I don't think you are. That sense, that fundamental
I've
sense.
thought that I've let go of it like 100 fucking times in my life, you know? It just comes
Yep.
up sometimes.
Yeah, so that's because you haven't.
Well, the Mr. Girl theory of life is that you can't let go. You can't accept it. How are you going to let go of your brother killing himself? How are you going to... Why is it desirable to stop wishing that he had him? I don't see how that's possible or desirable. That seems inhuman.
Let go because you don't want to let go. You're not ready to let go. You're not ready because like you still blame things for what happened. You blame science and you blame yourself and you blame your brother and you don't blame your brother. You've learned to forgive him, but there's still a part of you that is just not. It shouldn't be this way. It shouldn't have been this way. This shouldn't have happened. It shouldn't have happened to him, and it shouldn't have happened to you.
Yeah, I was just thinking something interesting. When I was a kid, when my brother died, my grandma, my dad, she was really old already. She was like 85, 86. No, 87. She was 87. And my dad didn't want to tell her that he died. So she would ask, where's Guy? How come he hasn't visited in a while? She'd just say, oh, he's really busy he was getting his pilot wings for a while, but then he got his pilot wings a little before. I don't know, we never told her, and I was in on it to never tell her, and I was a kid. She died never knowing that he died. She was like in the hospital, and she had like fallen in the shower and broken a hip. And she was in the hospital, and she was wondering where he was. But it was better not to tell her that he was not around. We never told her, yeah.
Why do you bring that up now?
It just came in my mind.
Yeah, why?
I'm not sure.
What is that story about?
Some closure feeling, I guess.
Yeah. By closure feeling, that story is about the impossibility of acceptance. That story is about like not knowing. That story is about a version of reality that you, in a bizarre way, long for.
In a bizarre way, I'm looking for a version of reality.
That your grandmother had. Like a version of reality where he's still alive.
I think my parents are looking for it a little more.
I'm sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have you ever talked? I mean, I'm sure you guys have talked, but have you talked to your parents about your brother passing away?
Yeah, of
Or
course, yeah.
Like, what do those conversations go like?
They don't go well. They don't go.
And
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I don't want to talk. They're probably listening right now.
Okay, sure. Yes.
Yeah, so Byron's anger at his parents about the suicide and about everything that unfolded after it, in the continuing denial, putting him in the position to lie to his grandmother and pretend it never happened. Things he needs to talk about, you can't talk about. Because they're watching. You cannot do therapy with someone in front of their fucking parents. Let alone the other thousands of people watching. And if it's not therapy, he's clearly dipping into some really dark stuff, and you know that, and it's very obvious that you know that. So again, if it's therapy, why are people watching? And if it's not therapy, why are you talking about this? He needs to talk about this with somebody. You're offering him your hand, but you cannot help him.
So, I mean, I think, speaking of community and loneliness,
It's better if I talk
Reckful...
to them. It's better if I talk to them directly, right?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, I think the challenge here is that we're talking about you letting go, but like, I don't think it's just you that needs to let go. Right? You told me about how your relationship with your other brother kind of changed, and like this is changed.
You cut out.
Fuck,
Oh,
man.
big one. Yeah.
So I was just saying, I don't think this is just about you letting go. This is about like you, because it's going to be very hard to let go when other people are holding on in some way, and you guys are like connected in that.
My dad told me about a year ago that he finally feels okay. Is what he said. But I remember when I was really young, I overheard him talking to his friend. I don't know, I was like 12. That he told his friend that he wanted to kill himself. It was weird to hear my dad say that. Yeah.
Reckful, do you have a therapist?
I've gone to therapy a few times, but I've never saw it as useful enough to keep going. This time I do. Well, okay, this is not therapy. But you know what I mean. But yeah, it wasn't.
So, okay, so look, man. So this is what we got to do. So I think this is way more longitudinal. Like, so there's something. This is way more longitudinal, right? So I think we have to we got to figure something out. So either you need to talk to someone about this because you understand things that you didn't understand before, or like I can't do one-offs. Like we can do one-offs about meditation and random shit, but if you really want to get into this, if you want to get into loneliness, we got to do it like in sequence. Like we got to do it sequentially. Like
I did not know that this exchange took place. You offered to be his therapist. Despite seeing all of the pitfalls of trying to do therapy in front of his parents and in front of thousands of people, even as you're suggesting it, your eyes are darting back and forth between Byron in the chat. You offered to be his therapist. You are knowingly offering therapy and yet declaring that it's not therapy at the same time. You know he needed therapy. You see that he is suicidal. You see that he is unstable and mentally ill and fragile. This is extreme negligence. I'm going to call your licensing board, and you have no idea. Your therapist cannot treat you for free.
I don't know. Just me exhaling. So
really
breathe out with your like contract your stomach. And I had a lot of grief and stuff. Not really so much for my loss of him, but the thing that I was the most upset about is that he was, I remember, and I had a lot of grief and stuff. Not really so much for my loss of him, but the thing that I was the most upset about is that he was, I remember the day that I got into medical school, he just started crying because I had been struggling to get into medical school for a while, and he was kind of worried.
That's
about
really
it and stuff
cute.
like that. And I hadn't seen him cry like that. I mean, he just like broke down, and he said that you're going to be amazing. He's like, nothing is going to stop you now.
You are amazing.
Yeah.
You're really, really good at what you do. You helped me a lot.
Yeah.
I've talked to a lot of psychiatrists.
And so he saw that, right? He saw that, like, you know, when I had a 2.6 GPA and was struggling to get into medical school. I never thought I'd be faculty at Harvard Medical School. And he said, like, nothing is going to be able to stop you, and that you should do good and you should help people.
That's really cute.
Yeah. And so what I was sad about is actually that he didn't get to see that. So 8 months after I got into medical school, he passed away. And so the thing that makes me sad, like I remember like the day that I matched.
Yeah, I can relate to that a lot actually. Because I'm worried I want my dad to see me happy.
I'm sorry.
Before he dies. I want my dad to see me happy before he dies.
Good.
I hope he sees.
And I had a lot of grief and stuff. See lots of like faces, man. This is like the black and white boomer emote.
But yeah, now you see it. Okay, good. Because last time now you
that for me.
They used to type boomer to you in all caps. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was just what they typed.
Yeah. that would be rude, I think.
I mean, is this lesser? I mean, I thought it was endearing.
It's okay.
I sort of feel like I'm Twitch's pet boomer.
Yeah, Twitch loves watching you try to use technology. It's very funny.
I mean, I feel like a like a 3-legged dog that people are cheering on.
That's funny.
So I mean, I feel loved.
You are loved. We're missing a personality like you in the space, because if it's just a bunch of streamers talking, interacting with each other. Ooh, or they're giving you hearts in the chat. When it's just a bunch of streamers talking, interacting with each other, and we're all living in this bubble, then it's I don't know the best way to word this, but we definitely get more caught up in all the negatives that result from being exposed to large groups of people.
Yeah.
And forget to step back and think about it critically.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's certainly a certain degree of myopia that happens, right? Like, so people kind of get super zoomed in on their life and their sphere, and it's really easy for toxicity to kind of get built up. Like, even if you look at spiritual communities, like if you go to a monastery and stuff, like a lot of that, like, in these kind of, it's nearsightedness.
Yeah. Okay. I looked it up.
Yeah. So it's kind of like, everyone just kind of sees what's in front of them, and it can get to be. I mean, it can just become really toxic. And like, even when I went to these ashrams and stuff in India, like a lot of times there's just a lot of toxicity there and a lot of ego and.
Wait, the wind is so crazy outside. I couldn't hear you. I think my thing isn't closed all the way.
Okay. OCD.
I'm gonna open it for 1 second so stream can see here.
Time to find a new friend. Where's my fishy fish?
Okay. Yeah, it was open a little bit.
Okay.
I don't know if you heard that. Okay, we're gonna.
Yeah. So how was your New Year?
Okay. So this whole going into the holidays, I was worried because most years when I'm going into the holidays, it's a lonely experience. And it's a lonely experience because we never celebrated any holidays in my family, and I have very little family, so I just have my parents and my brother, right? So I see like a lot of pictures of other people having fun with their family, and it always makes me feel left out. So most years I'll go visit and we'll hang out and do stuff like, I don't know, we usually just go to dinner or something, but so I don't feel that as much. But I was sick also, and then I've been really sick, and then I needed to stay here, I think. And I tried to get them to come here, they didn't want to, but then I just try to avoid looking at social media and seeing all happy pictures and stuff like that. And it wasn't too bad. Yeah.
So it sounds like you were sick and it wasn't too bad. Is how the holidays work?
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't too bad.
Okay. But even if you do go home, it sounds like even if you're with your family, you feel what exactly? We're diving right in, by the way. Unless you want to talk about
I see that. What do I feel? Feels like something's missing.
Yeah.
Huh. Wait, why is everyone doing this face? Are you guys scared? I saw it spamming really hard on the other side. Okay.
Let's not
I'm
worry
trying
about
to-
Twitch chat for a second.
Yeah, I know. Maybe I'll close it.
Yeah.
I can get more immersed. Yeah, I saw it in peripheral.
Don't tell anyone, but
This sense of community that people usually get, or in family, from the holidays, I guess I've been envious of it.
Yeah.
And even if we get together,
that away.
it just feels like our family's really small, and that it's not as a happy experience as the bigger families who have more
Yeah.
than just their immediate family. Yeah.
Well, so and how do you feel when you look at pictures of other people over the holidays? What's the main thing that feels
I have like
different?
a FOMO feeling.
Yeah, so
Okay.
what so let's talk about that for a second, right? So fear of
Yeah.
FOMO is like, sure, it's fear of missing out, but what is it about those pictures that you're missing? Because FOMO can mean different things to different people. For some people it's like
Right,
you're in
yeah.
a particular place. For some people it's like sun, which is what my FOMO is like because I'm in Boston. Right? For some people it's like there's
I just want to see a lot of smiling faces around me,
yeah.
I guess.
And you keep on
But
you keep
people
on
I'm
talking
close to, with people I'm close to.
Yeah, so you keep on talking. You use the adjective that you're using has to do with size. I don't know if you're noticing that. You
Why
said-
is that? It doesn't seem like size is that important
Yep.
for family. Yeah.
But that's the words that you're using. You see that? You've said
Yeah.
small like 3 or 4 times when we talked about your family and going out on the holidays. Like my
Yeah.
family is small. So are you seeing pictures of like 15 people smiling together?
I am, but I guess that's not it. It's probably just that my brother's missing
Yeah.
in the picture.
Yep. Well done. Right? So like if we think about when you go home, go ahead.
I was trying to figure out if I can put you on the right side of my monitor. Is there a way to switch this? No, it's okay. Keep going.
The red dot, book.
Yeah, so let's think about that, right? So when you go home, you feel like something is missing? Like the people that
Yeah.
you're seeing are too small. Like it's like not enough family, right?
It's not the full family. Yeah. Not the
Because
full family.
Rackful isn't the full
because-
family?
It's not the full family.
Yeah, so let's just think about that for a second, right? So the reason like you feel like something is missing during the holidays is because something is missing during the holidays.
True. Yeah. This reminds me. I wanted to share with you because I thought of this. My dad wrote a book. He actually wrote several. But in the book, he had a fictional character who was based on himself. Had a different profession, but the same backstory with my brother who, his kid who committed suicide. And then he wrote the actual experience of what it felt like for him when my brother committed suicide. And I wanted to read it to you.
Sure.
Thought maybe. Yeah.
Please.
And when I was 16, I actually edited the book for my dad. So I read it all the way through back then.
Huh.
Because he didn't get an editor. I wasn't very good at editing. I can actually do it much better now. While I'm reading it, I would want to change some words around. Anyway.
Just read it.
So yeah. Sure. So here we go. Okay. So some of this is fictional. I'll give it a little bit of preface. No, I'll just go right into it. I tossed and turned in bed, but couldn't fall asleep, as every night since my personal tragedy happened in midsummer of that same year. My son had been suffering from a severe depression for several months, and I did sometimes fear the worst. So when my wife called me at work on that evening and said that his room was locked and he wouldn't respond to calling his name and knocking on the door, death immediately reared in my mind, and my heart palpitated with a pang. I shouted, "My son is dead," and I started sobbing savagely and uncontrollably. My secretary drove me home. Someone climbed to the rear window of his room and broke it, then immediately screamed to call the paramedics. Leora, her name's really Judy. Judy ran to Guy's room, the secretary following on the steps. Judy came out of the room crying hysterically,
Well, most
her pain throbbing around me.
the pictures of
The paramedics came and she re-entered the room with them, but they could only confirm Guy's death. I howled even more, but did not have the strength of mind to even think about entering Guy's room. I ran up and down, back and forth in the house. I sat, I stood up again, sat again, lay down on the floor and twisted in all forms and directions, but I could not escape the terrible situation. I screamed for my son and hoped that he would immediately come out of the room. I saw Judy breaking out from Guy's room, dashing past everyone in the corridor, ripping out her hair, and rushing to her bedroom, door slamming behind her. And I still twisted around in frenzy. This is not true. How do I get out of this nightmare in my mind rage? Where do I hide now for eternity? At nights I could not sleep, daydreaming deliriously about my son in conversation and activity with me. During the day I had to face all those annoying friends and colleagues who honestly, with good intentions, were torturing me with the meaningless words, all of them repeated endlessly, as if they had rehearsed together. You have your family to take care of, as well as your police work. Be strong. He's calling me. 1-800 number is the worst thing. As if I needed to be told all this.
that away.
Were not for these cursed obligations, I would emulate Guy's suicide and be immediately released from the pain. And anyway, how could I betray his memory by tending to things as meaningless and trivial as personal achievement, status, and career? The constant, unbearable, relentless pain weighing down on my chest like 100 tanks parked on it, and the need to perform work and other daily duties was now utterly meaningless. To watch people going places, coming back, talking and toiling for reasons that now completely escaped me. What is the meaning of all this hassle and tussle? I am dead, and these people continue their daily occupations, and I have to watch them and their utterly stupid ambitions and activities. To get rich, to be powerful, to do this and that. What for? As life has already ended. And why is it that I'm dead and they're alive? And why is it
Wherever you go.
they have sons to continue their existence after they're gone? And where's mine? While performing my duties as a lawyer, he wrote police inspector, but it's lawyer. You know, I would feel sad, enraged, empty-headed, and exalted, concurrently or alternatively. Why can't I also depart after Guy? Maybe I will find him somewhere. But when I call him back in my dreams, he only signals that it was time for him to go on with his passage and not for me. I have family, duties, and a city's population to protect here. The same population who couldn't honestly give a fuck about Guy's death. Can anyone understand the city's treatment of me?
Fall asleep sitting up. Just make
As the weeks and months passed, black horror settled in my mind. My own darkness engulfed, sucked, and suffocated me. Inescapable misery constantly bashing my heart, gashing wounds of unbearable pain. Memories of my son melted in my brain like butter in boiling vapor, driving me insane. And the worst was the impossibility, the absolute impossibility to run away and to vanish and disappear.
time to find a new
There was nowhere to hide. Except if blessed sleep came to me some nights after many hours of twisting in my bed. No appetite for food, for sex, or achievement whatsoever. No ambition to make even the slightest advance. Only the burden in my chest getting heavier every day, and the nagging dread that in time I will forget Guy and desert him. And so I continued living like a zombie, grieving not only the loss of my son, but mainly the loss of my old securities, of the confident man I used to think I was, of how I imagined I could make life happen. Stop for a bit. I can't fucking read it.
Take your time.
Slowly I began realizing that I was separated from life, because my son was my life, and he would never return. I had lost my connection to the part of myself that I could not, without my son, satisfy. And I mourned that part of myself which my son had reflected. I mourned for me. This was the unfolding of the simple realization of why I felt dead among the living. I went to the kitchen, took a sleeping pill, sagged back inside my bedroom, and sank into a welcome dreamless sleep.
Shut down.
Thanks for sharing that, man.
Someone asked who wrote that. My dad wrote that. It's $0 on Kindle if you want it.
Unlike your ghost.
I'll link it in the chat.
So, you want a second to process and feel? Like, what are you?
Oh, someone said ass. No, I hate that people would think that. No, I'm not trying to make you money, dude. Anyway.
What were you feeling is that if you were reading that?
It's hard to explain because
Do you want me to bury that?
I think we talked about, you know how there's a split brain experiment, right, with the left brain, right brain. It's not my analytical side of my brain. It's not the left brain going off. It's the right brain, and it doesn't speak, yeah? So I just feel. It just happens. It just go, like I just start crying. I can't control it. I don't even think a thought consciously. So I don't know exactly what I'm feeling. I have to try to figure it out.
Yeah, so tell me what...
But I'm kind of just, you know.
So the first thing is, I mean, so you've read that many times before, right?
Yeah.
Does this happen every time you read it?
Yeah.
Today we are destroyers.
And does this feel... Let's start with just wide swaths. Does this feel good or bad?
Well, when I was really depressed, it would feel good because I felt better feeling something and crying than being completely blank. Right now it feels bad because I've been happy.
You've been unhappy.
I've been happy, actually.
Okay.
I've been happy these last few weeks. I've been happy,
Yeah.
except for around the holidays a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so,
Head on you means you're
do-
mine.
so what I get from you is a profound sense of sadness and loss. And I think
Yeah.
the thing that I don't understand is how much of that loss is for you, how much of that loss is for him, and how much of that loss is for your dad.
I feel bad for my dad for sure. I don't know.
I tried your thing, book. Now it's
I don't know.
So, Rekful, I have a crazy-ass non-sequitur question for you, okay?
Yeah, sure.
Do you want to have children one day?
I always thought no. They're scared they'd kill themselves.
Yeah.
Your turret has been destroyed.
So, this is important.
we find a rat, I call it.
You're doing good, by the way.
Or a
And I was ready
little
to
bit
jump into the water, but boy, did you take the high dive.
Yeah, I thought I wanted to do it.
So,
I guess we're going this way.
there are a lot of different directions I can go right now, but I think I'm going to zero in on this one thing, and we can explore the others later in terms of what you're feeling and how to process those. Like, there's a part of me that says that we should talk about helping you through those feelings, but there's another part of me that says I want to go to the core of this. So when you think about having children, that is
Yeah.
a choice between life and not life. Living
Yeah.
and not living. Right? And it's the same choice that your dad makes. That's the same choice that he can't make. Because he lives as a zombie amongst a world of regular humans. And he's like dead on the inside, and everyone around him is alive and living with their petty ambitions and joys and fears, and you just can't engage in that. He can't. And there's a really dangerous thing, because if you move towards life again, that means that you're leaving Guy behind.
But why do you say leaving behind?
I think that's how your dad feels. And if you go back and kind of read through it, there's
I
sort
saw
of,
that. That's how he feels. Yeah.
yeah.
That part I don't fully comprehend that part. Yeah.
Yeah, so I I think to a certain, the only way that I think that that overlaps with you is in sort of the desire to have children or the lack thereof, because you're saying that like this is a part of life that I do not want to engage in.
Yeah.
Right? And his difficulty is that he can't engage in life because his son is dead.
Yeah.
What are you feeling?
I had a thought that I thought I'm still here.
Naps make my magic stronger.
How do you feel about that?
It's true. Look. I'm so strong.
No. I want a bit of.
Okay. Gotta stay hydrated, chat.
Right into my trap.
Tell you one of the great and powerful warriors.
You guys feel like I should buy. Just let it out. Doesn't do any good staying in there.
Do you have snacks in your pocket? How about now?
It's no use.
We'll talk about why I smile. We'll ask Grappler. Not a robot. Certainly not that. If only that were the case.
Ooh, you smell good. Did you recently fish?
Long nose break, huh?
I washed my face too.
Okay.
An ally has been slain.
Can you hear me, or you need headphones? I don't know.
I can hear you without. Yeah. I have it set up where I have it always on the speakers and also.
got it.
But yeah, I forgot I didn't have them on.
I didn't know if I was talking to no one.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, what do you... Help me understand why you shared that today. I think it was great that you did it. I'm really happy.
I thought it would give you a lot of insight on my past and experiences, and from a perspective of an adult at the time, because I was young. And
Yep.
then, or like maybe what my childhood might have been like after that.
I think it says a lot, and at the same time, but that's not a perspective on your childhood. That's a perspective on your dad. And we can sort of
Yeah.
infer what things were like.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Ally
Yeah.
has been slain.
But I'm a little bit surprised, to be honest, that he asked you to edit that at the age of 16. Like, that's some pretty heavy stuff.
Yeah.
Do you remember what it was like reading it at the age of 16?
No. Okay, maybe I should have got on that. I mean, I'm sure it felt similarly. I don't. I mean, those are the first 7 pages. It's like maybe 200 pages.
That's the opening of the
That was-
book.
That's like page 5 or something. Yeah.
Feels like the climax. Just from a narrative.
Yeah.
And how are you feeling now? What are you
Now
feeling?
I can bat around the body.
A little calmer. Something feels nice to have shared it. Feels like feels like I got something off my chest.
Yeah. What did you get off your chest?
Enemy double
You don't really know. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out.
Yeah,
Something.
something. So let's think about that. So the first thing is you've read this before, right? But when you read it before, you don't. Let's try to start actually by helping, maybe trying to understand like what is going. Instead of sort of defining specifically what you got off your chest, or how you're feeling better, or what is feeling better. Let's try to understand how you're feeling better, like what's going on inside you. Not from a specific sense, but like what are the mechanics of
Okay.
this
Yeah.
situation. So you've read this before, and it evokes feelings of negativity usually, right? And sometimes when you're feeling depressed, it can feel good because you say you feel something, but I suspect that when you're depressed and you read that, part of what feels good is resonance.
been destroyed.
It's kind of like when you have a breakup and you listen to like breakup songs. They hurt, but they also feel good because it's like resonant with the way that you feel. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So it's possible that it, just feeling anything. I mean, very possible.
Just the feeling of you're relating to something.
Yeah, so that like you're not, because if you think about depression, you're kind of alone, and to know that like someone else out there shares your sense of like abject hopelessness about the rest of life can sort of feel good. And the fact that it was your dad can
Yeah,
even
yeah.
feel good too, right? Because it's like
True, yeah.
at least your dad understands or you understand.
Yeah.
And
It makes sense. Also, I listened to a lot of p- musicians who shared similar thoughts when I was in high school.
yeah, so we look,
Yeah.
as human beings, we look for resonance. But that's not what's happening here. Right? So sometimes you read it and then you feel these negative emotions, but there's no metabolism. I get the sense that you're metabolizing something. So I have a sense.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so that you have this thing inside you, right? Like this thing that is a zombie. I think that's a great way to describe it. So for your dad, losing a son zombifies him entirely. But in your case, you were just a child and we sort of saw that there was a piece of you that was zombified. And that like this is like, sure, maybe you have bipolar or whatever. I really have no idea because I haven't like clinically assessed you for that, nor am I interested in doing that. That's not what the stream is about. But that you have something within you that like changes the way that you carry it. Like you started carrying something that day and you've carried it with you your entire life. And it's heavy and it's shitty. And there are times where you take it out of your satchel and you're like, you see it and you hold it in your hands. And those are the times that you're depressed. And so what I think people need.
I disagree with the last part.
Okay.
Only when I'm holding it in my hands, you think I'm depressed?
No. I don't think only when you're depressed is when you're holding it in your hands. I don't think that those are necessarily the same, but
okay.
I think that some of your depression relates to that, or when you get into that depressive mindset, that your mind gravitates towards those thoughts or feelings, or that those thoughts and feelings lead to your depression. I think there's some kind of connection there, but it's not exclusive, if that makes sense.
Okay.
And so I call this thing a samskar. So a samskar is a ball of undigested emotion that's like kind of like unprocessed. And if we think about therapy, a lot of times the goal in therapy is to process our experiences. And so not have them with us in kind of a raw form, but to like understand them and kind of like process them so they no longer like weigh on us in the same way. And I think something about this very like public sharing, and not necessarily that it has to be public. I mean, you could have read it just to me, but I think there is some strength in sort of like you sharing this and bringing this thing within you to light, because it really thrives in the darkness. It doesn't thrive in the light. And if we think about experiences of,
what do you mean by thrive for this thing?
I mean, I think it grows and it sustains itself as long as it's hidden. And that when you share...
If I share it, then it can help it go away?
Yeah. So I think, I mean, if we think about, for example, funerals and the grieving process, the grieving process is semi-public and semi-private. But for some reason, human beings have evolved in basically every culture that when loss happens, we share that grief, and that somehow has like a better impact. Whereas when you have a loss that's very private and no one else knows, it like digs deeper. So I don't know exactly how that works. It's just sort of like a anthropologic principle.
Yeah.
That
I like that analogy.
Yeah.
To the funeral.
And so I mean, when I think about your family, I think when you guys go there, the reason that something's missing is because something is, to be blunt. And secondly, because I don't know if you guys ever talk about it, right? But there can be like union and community and strength in all of you guys sharing your feelings and like actually acknowledging that you miss your brother and that he's gone and that it's shitty that he's gone. And your dad...
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm curious what you're going to say. Last, I'll let you finish first.
And the last thing is that, you know, I think that your dad lost his son, but he also lost a son. And I think it's fine for you to not be able to live for power or promotion. But I think there's plenty to live for with you and your other brother and presumably his wife, your mom. Right? I'm not saying that he is not allowed to feel devastated and destroyed and like he wants to escape. But like, let's remember that, because I remember feeling this way when I lost my dad, my grandmother kept on wailing about how she lost her son. At some point I got pissed off because I was like, you still have 3 children that are alive and and one of them is your son. And it's sort of like she never kind of, and it was almost, I don't know how much I'm, interpreting things, but I could almost see the pain in my uncle's face that like she felt like she had lost everything.
Makes sense, yeah.
and so I think that there's, you know, I get that your dad is feeling grief and devastated, and I can't really know what that's like, and it's easy for me to say, you know, there's a way forward, but I think definitely in your case there is, and hopefully in his case there is. And people have lost children before, and in my grandmother's case, like, I know that she can still find joy in the world with my dad passing away because I'm alive and my brother's alive, and she likes my kids a lot. So she happens to think that my oldest daughter is my dad reincarnated. I don't
Wait,
really
so
think
she's a great grandmother?
Yep.
Okay.
So she's old, and we just saw her over the break when I was in Houston, actually.
Uh-huh.
And so I think that there's still joy. And people in chat were wondering why I was smiling when you were, like, devastated. Like, what do you feel when I smile, Reckful?
I assume that when you're smiling, something clicked in your brain a certain way to treat my situation.
Okay. That is sometimes true. But most of my smile doesn't come from clicking, because that's, like, analytical. And it also doesn't come from treating. I don't smile because I think I know how to help you. I don't smile because of a particular thought. I smile because I have hope. I have smile because when I look at you, I smile because when I look at you, I see someone who's starting to, like, unzombify.
Mm-hmm.
I smile because
I am starting to unzombify.
Yeah. And I smile because I can see it happening, and it's a beautiful thing.
Thanks.
I smile because I ask you the question, are you going to have kids one day? And I hope the answer is yes. Because
Maybe
you're going
later
to
on.
know a joy that I don't know that it's going to outweigh any grief because I haven't lost a brother yet, but it sure outweighs the grief of losing a father. And that your life can be full.
I'm sorry you lost your father, man.
That's okay. I mean, it was his time. I'm cool with it. It was his time.
But what you were saying about how your grandma thought she lost everything when your father died,
Yeah.
and that your uncle was sad.
Mhm.
I don't feel sad about that because if your uncle had died, maybe she would have. I assume she would have also felt like she lost everything. I think she could have lost any son, or daughter, and feel like she lost everything. Same
Yeah.
with my dad. If he had lost me, he would also feel like he lost everything. Or if he
Yeah.
had lost Gary, he would also feel like he lost everything. I think each of us is everything, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But that's why I smile. Why are you smiling?
Yeah, because I'm relating to you.
What are you relating to?
Loss of a family member.
Yeah. I'm curious, have you ever talked to your dad about that, what he says about the dream? Is that, you said
No.
something about, like, when he says he has a dream where he sees Guy, and Guy tells him that it was his time?
Yeah, those kind of things I'm more interested now that you mentioned it. But usually I dismiss it all. Try not to think things like that. But dreams.
Why not?
Dreams aren't.
Why do you dismiss it?
Not sure. I'm trying to think about it. There's a lot of things I dismiss in my life all the time and avoid or ignore, and I've recently started doing it less. I kind of want to talk about that.
Good.
Like,
I think that's a big reason why you may be feeling better.
yeah, just little things are changing, so I'm able to, like, clean my room and like, do laundry and just, I don't know, put things away, and those things were always very hard for me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it would weigh on me to do it, and now I do it. I'm like, oh, I see the benefit of this.
Yeah.
It feels better in here now.
Yeah.
But why did I bring that up? I brought it up for a reason.
Yeah, I
But
think it's
forgot.
very important. So,
Okay.
Reckful, I think what you're starting to do is become whole. You're starting to become
Yeah.
a complete person. And so far in your life, you've lived a life of two-facedness because you've got the zombiness within you. And then you try to live this life outside of it, right? Like it's a struggle between pushing that grief down and pushing it away and trying to forget and trying to twist away in a direction that you can never twist away. And then you try to build this life that everyone tells you have to build. But it's not authentic. It's not complete. It's like on or off. And so life is not complete or whole. And what I see that I think is actually like what I'm hoping for, and I think I see it, is that you're starting to integrate. You're starting to let these feelings kind of come out, and you're accepting them. You're accepting your loss in a way that, you know, you kind of didn't have a choice. But like, I don't know that you've ever really accepted it, and I think you're in the process of accepting it.
Having a choice, I think, would be even harder, because if I felt like I could have saved him, that would weigh on me more.
No, I mean, I don't
But I
mean,
didn't. No, I felt like I was too young.
well,
Oh,
so,
you didn't mean that.
yeah, so I don't
What do
mean
you mean
like,
by have a choice?
yeah, so I mean, so you don't have a choice in losing him, but you do have a choice in letting him go.
Yeah.
Right? I don't know if that makes sense, but it's not that letting him go means that you don't love him, and it's not that letting him go doesn't mean that you miss him and that you envision a life where, because I mean, this is the thing, right? Every time you look at a Christmas photo of like the four of you guys and everyone's smiling, there's like one person missing. And that's going to make, I mean, you're empathic, and you're going to look at those smiles, and you're going to be able to tell that in that Christmas photo, no one is smiling genuinely. And when you look at other photos and you see those people smiling, you can tell the difference between
Smile with their eyes. Yeah.
yeah, right? Genuine smile or fake smile?
Fake smile.
Yeah, right? What's this one?
It's hard to look at it, dude. That's a real one.
Yeah.
There it is. Yeah.
And so when you are home and everyone goes through the motions, it's because there's the thing. There's this like miasma of something missing.
Before we continue, is there anything wrong with the mics or anything? You guys can. Everything's perfect. I haven't checked you.
Yeah,
chat usually. I check more.
Yeah, I think everything's fine on my end.
Good. Okay, good. Okay. So where was I going? I was talking about how I can start doing laundry and things like.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I was listening to you talk to Destiny, and you were talking about how everyone has been asking you about psychedelics, and I was assuming it's because I brought it up, and that it's a bit annoying for you actually that everyone's asking about psychedelics because you don't view it as the way to climb the mountain, right? It was yeah,
Yeah. I mean,
because it just kind of gets you to the peak of the mountain right away, and you want people to more slowly learn with meditation and some other ways to how to calm their mind, something like that, to climb the mountain. I heard you explaining it to him. I
yeah.
don't, probably not saying it how you said it exactly. But I want to say that I think that psilocybin saved my life because since I wouldn't have had the patience from a state of depression to believe that I could be happy, and since it got me to the top of the mountain right away, and I saw happiness, and I realized it was possible, then it gave me hope.
Yeah. That's
I was
wonderful.
wondering what you think. I was wondering what you think about that.
I mean, I think that's great that that happened to you. I think, so to be clear, I don't want people to use psychedelics or not use psychedelics. I think, so here's, here's what I think about psychedelics. So the first thing to understand is that there's a new wave of treatments being studied in psychiatry. Psilocybin, MDMA, ketamine. These are traditionally like drugs of abuse, but they're not like necessarily euphoric, right? So ketamine and psychedelics aren't necessarily like euphoric. MDMA can be.
MDMA is
Yeah.
euphoric, yeah.
But and so we're starting to realize, like as a scientific, psychiatric, and neuroscientific community, that these have therapeutic value. So I don't dispute that at all. I've had patients of my own who have had. So one of my patients has had an opiate addiction, or just all kinds of addictions, since the age of 13, and he's like around 30 now, and he's comfortable with me sharing this general stuff on the internet, because he wants to, let people know. And so he's been struggling with all kinds of treatments, has seen like all kinds of psychiatrists and stuff, including myself, and was still struggling, and then went to down to like Costa Rica or something and got treatment with ibogaine, and it was like transformative for him. And so I think these
What's
things.
ibogaine?
Ibogaine is like it's like an herb that is like sort of hallucinogenic, but
It's like ayahuasca.
sort of. But the other thing that ibogaine does is reduce the severity of opiate withdrawal symptoms, which can make people feel like they're dying. So opiate withdrawal is a really, really like painful process, but it also has psychedelic qualities. I'm not advocating for its use. It's not FDA approved. There really aren't many studies around it or anything like that. But it's not that I want people to do something or I don't want people to do something. I think there's clear evidence that there's value. And I think that there are shortcomings. So, for example, I hung out on my Discord the other day, which is actually really cool. So I didn't realize that our Discord now has like thousands of people in it. And
Yeah, you guys should hang out in there.
yeah. And so I was like, wow, like let me just go hang out. Because I used to hang out on my Discord all the time when there were like 8 people there in like 2019. But, and so I went on there and people were talking, and this one guy mentions, he says like, yeah, I think like psilocybin is great because this one guy lost 200 pounds after using psilocybin. I thought that's a cool. And he was like,
That's a friend of mine.
oh, okay. Yeah. So I think they mentioned something about that. And so they were kind of talking about debating like the benefits of like meditation or psilocybin. And if you can get there with psilocybin and lose 200 pounds, and this guy lost 200 pounds from psilocybin.
Yeah, I introduced him to it.
Yeah. So then why bother meditating? And I think that's fine too. So like, I'm not disputing that people have had positive experiences. In fact, the data suggests that people have positive experiences with some of these substances. The question is, what is the probability that someone, if I take 100 people who are overweight and I give them psilocybin, what is the probability that they'll lose weight?
You're asking me?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the question in my mind.
I think because you're asking this question that it seems like you have never tried it.
I've never tried psilocybin.
Yeah. So if you had, you would think it's pretty high.
No, I'm not
It
saying
helps you step back. Yeah. Maybe you're not saying it's low. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it helps you step back from your day-to-day perspective, and day-to-day you might be thinking something like, "Oh, I really want cheesecake or a Snickers bar." But then if you are on psilocybin, you're looking at your life as more long term, and you're thinking, oh, if I don't eat a Snickers bar or cheesecake right now, I'll feel better in the future. And you can really feel it. You can really see that that's true. And that's why it helped my friend lose 200 pounds.
Yeah, so I don't mean that question. So I recognize that oftentimes people who ask those kinds of questions imply that the number is low. I'm not implying that the number is low. I'm actually asking.
I wasn't thinking you. I wasn't necessarily thinking you were. Okay.
So for example,
what do I think the number would be?
I mean, I have no idea.
I think the number would be, I don't know. Okay, we need a base. I think it would be higher than if you gave them any other treatment.
Possible. So, for example, like there's one study on MDMA where they just took normal, healthy people and they, in a controlled environment, they gave them MDMA, and they had therapists like process whatever they experienced through the MDMA.
Yeah.
And then something like it was a small sample size, so like 25 people, but like 80 or 90% of the people thought it was one of the most positive experiences ever in their life. And I think none of these had any history of MDMA use. So they kind of like, they ranked it up there with like the birth of their children and things like that in terms of like how significant it was.
Yeah,
so,
it could be mind-opening, I think. 'Cause it helps you remember how much you love other people, things like that. But MDMA, you can't really take that all the time. So yeah, it'd be like a once-in-a-while transformative experience. But if you take it all the time, I think it destroys your serotonin receptors. Whereas with mushrooms, there haven't been enough studies, but you can take it way more often, and it doesn't have adverse effects that have yet been documented, right?
Yeah, so I mean, my general take, first of all, is that we don't know, but there does seem to be good suggestions of therapeutic and useful indications. I mean, I have lots of friends who have used hallucinogens and stuff like that and really love them and swear by the experiences.
So I want you to try psilocybin at least once, because then it'll give you so much perspective. I mean, it is getting FDA approved, right? And you need to know what you're dealing with. If you're talking to a patient who's going to try it after it's completely legal for depression, then for you to really put yourself in their mindset, you would have to have tried it once. And I think if you try it, and it would make me really happy, because then I feel like I can dive deep with you and relate.
So let's just unpack that for a second.
Do you think you'd be open to that?
I'm open to talking about it.
Okay, great.
So let's first start with, do you think that, let's start with this, you're assuming that you have a very important assumption, right? Which is that if I have an experience myself, my ability to help other people is improved.
Yes.
So I agree with that assumption. So part of the reason that like I work and resonate with gamers as opposed to people who are addicted to heroin or alcohol is because I know what it's like to play video games for like 16 hours a day and have my life go nowhere. Whereas I haven't had quite that experience with alcohol, and I think that those experiences are different. So I agree with that. And at the same time,
then you've also related to loss of a family member, and that helped me talk to you.
Sure, but I think the loss of so my experience of losing my dad was very different from you losing your brother. So I would say that,
yeah, but yeah, go ahead.
I think it was actually very, very different. So this, I think, is one of the dangers, right? Is that you assume that my loss was similar to your loss, but I don't think it was similar at all, because I barely grieved for my dad at all. And it was kind of a weird. So I was very sad for a brief period of time, and it was grief, but I kind of watched my grief in a very detached way and really wasn't very, I mean, I was upset. Like, I felt the sadness and I felt the loss, but I also was bizarrely detached from it in the same way that you're sort of describing in psilocybin. You're like, oh, I don't want to eat a Snickers bar, and your power, like the power of that Snickers bar to alter your life and your thinking is low. And that's how I felt about my dad's grief, that I was grieving, but I saw everyone around me being affected, and I just actually felt a deep sense of peace underneath all of the grief. I felt like a really profound, and it was one of the most positive, transformative experiences for me in terms of like securing me in my meditation practice.
Why did you feel a deep sense of peace? Did you feel a sense of peace because you were able to deal with it so well?
I don't think I was dealing with it is of the mind. So the reason that was so powerful for me is because there is something that I found within myself which was calm and neutral and peaceful, which sometimes when you meditate, like if people have been meditating on my stream and stuff like that, and even when we meditate, sometimes you can find some degree of like this weird, like no mind peaceful place. And I thought that that would be shattered by grief. Because generally speaking, the more emotional I became, positive or negative, the more you shatter kind of like this peaceful meditative state. Does that make sense? Maybe not? Okay.
No, it does, because you talk about how the meditative state is when the mind is off and then the
Yeah,
emotional
so
mind is
the
on.
really fascinating thing is I saw that thing within me that felt like blissful and peaceful was there, despite the grief. So my whole understanding of like mind and this thing being separate, I had read about it and I had experienced it in a lot of different ways, but really crystallized during that part of my life. When I first saw my dad's corpse, and like I was overwhelmed that like that's it, he's actually gone, and you can see him. And I remember like touching his face, and he was like cold, like an ice cube. And it's such a strange experience to like have someone who you don't even realize, like you touch people all the time, especially your family members, and they're always like warm and soft, right? Like it's kind of weird, like when you shake someone's hand, their hand isn't cold, it's like there's life in there. And like when I touched him, I remember thinking like that life is gone in such a shocking, I mean, it sort of hit me there. I saw him, but it was really when I touched him that I was sort of like, it hit me that this guy is gone and that he will never be here again, and I'll never be able to talk to him. And I had a lot of grief and stuff. Not really so much for my loss of him, but the thing that I was the most upset about is that he was, I remember the day that I got into medical school, he just started crying because I had been struggling to get into medical school for a while, and he was kind of...
That's really cute.
And I hadn't seen him entirely. He just like, he said that you're going to do amazing. Nothing is going to stop you.
You are amazing.
Yeah.
You're really, really good at what you do. You helped me a lot.
Yeah.
I've talked to a lot of psychiatrists.
And so he saw that, right? He saw that, like, you know, when I had a 2.6 GPA and was struggling to get into medical school. I never thought I'd be faculty at Harvard Medical School. And he said, like, nothing is going to be able to stop you. And that you should do good. And you should help people.
That's really cute.
Yeah. And so what I was sad about is actually that he didn't get to see that. So 8 months after I got into medical school, he passed away. And so the thing that makes me sad, like I remember like the day that I matched him.
I can relate to that a lot, actually. Because I'm worried I want my dad to see me happy.
I'm sorry?
Before he dies. I want my dad to see me happy before he dies.
Good.
I hope he's seeing me happy now. Yeah.
So I come back to my earlier question back to was, do you want to have kids?
Well, I think now, if I could stay happy, then in let's say like 5 years go by and I'm still stable, then yeah, I would want to.
So I'm not, pressuring you to have children, but I think it captures a lot of... I think if you decide that that's the right thing for you and you have children one day, I think a lot of the things that we're talking about in terms of your dad being able to see you truly happy, it's going to bring up a lot of sense of sorrow and loss, but there's going to be like the other side of the coin. And the goal here is to live like an integrated life where you have sorrow and pain and suffering, and you also have not just endurance, because most people just tank their way through it, right? But that you have joy and accomplishment, and that all of these things, like life is about all of those things. And the more that you bring all of those things together, the more complete your life will be. And the goal of life is not the avoidance of pain and suffering, right? Because that's what we gravitate towards. We want an easy job, we want more money, we want more comfort, we want people to love us, we want to be like respected and loved and all this kind of stuff. But you want the whole spectrum. The shitty and the good.
Yeah, I feel that, because like I was saying before, well, yeah, the days that, it's hard for me to put it to words, but the days where I'm crying about something make life feel meaningful for sure. What I really want from life, I want to feel connection with people. Working on Neverland, it's been making me feel like I'm with people together to accomplish a goal. That feels amazing, and you don't get that as much from streaming, because streaming is more of a solo job for most people, and it's isolating. Whereas like game development's all wholesome and happy. I love it. So that's why I tried to transition a little bit. Still like streaming once in a while, like the sharing emotion feels great.
Yeah. And so like this is the thing that really blows my mind is like we've always thought that, I mean, this isn't therapy, but that generally speaking the sharing of emotions and like airing, you know, our deepest, darkest feelings and thoughts and stuff should be done in private. Like, what the fuck, man, doing it in public?
That's really, yeah, it's the worst to just keep it private.
Yeah.
I think.
So I think in my mind, like this stuff grows, and this is kind of what I was saying in you had expressed some confusion because I don't think I was being clear, but that like these things, like our negative feelings when they exist within us and we don't show them to the world, they actually compound. And there's a really interesting example of this that two sides. One is that if you think about trauma. So when I work with people who have a history of trauma and they like, you know, they've been abused as children and the abuse is ongoing, it's private and it kind of like lives inside them and no one ever sees it. And it just eats them alive. And the longer time that goes on and the more they keep it within them, like the worse and worse it gets. Even if the trauma stops at some point, as long as that thing is within them, it just grows. It's like a cancer. The other really interesting thing is if you look at the spiritual practice of mantra, or mantra, I think that actually operates under the same principle. So a mantra is something that is chanted in secret. So you're given a mantra by a guru, and then you chant it, you don't tell anyone what it is. And my experience of mantra has been like the more private that I keep it, like the more it sort of grows within me, and it's kind of like I don't let it out. The only difference is that it's positive instead of negative, which is kind of like really interesting. But I think that there's just this general principle about human beings and psychology that like what is within us, like we don't let it out, it kind of compounds.
Yeah.
And I think that there's a big difference between, even though the emotions that you feel when you read that thing, because I think, you knew what you were getting into, but something within you gravitated, like you just pulled that out, right? Like you're like, I mean, I'm sure you've thought about it, but like no one else, at least, I mean, I had no inkling. I don't know if you told me. You know, it's kind of like
no, I didn't tell you.
Yeah, so like no one.
I knew I wanted to share it. Though.
Yeah, so like you shared it, and then there's some part of you that knows. It's kind of like, you know, if you give a 1-year-old like a glass of water and they're thirsty, they're gonna drink it. There's some part of you that is hungry for
to
release
share
and to share,
yeah,
and to not have it be like stuck within you. Because it's been stuck within you for a long time.
Yeah, it really has.
And so I think this is different. This reading is different. This reading has the sense of metabolism to it, that you're turning it from one thing into another thing.
Turning it from one thing into another thing. So I'm trying to turn this ball of grief and loss into what?
I mean, I don't think that it stops being grief or loss, to be clear. It's just, it becomes like a positive grief or loss. Like, I don't know how else to put it. So when I think about, you know, the work that I do, like I was directionless and purposeless, it didn't have purpose and didn't have direction. And
we do need to think of a way to word this, because it makes sense to share the grief. It becomes a thing that you don't know how to word it, right?
Yeah, so I mean, I can tell you kind of what I don't know specifically about grief, but I think like what happens is the negative parts of us, and this is, so what I've come to realize is the things that we view as negative become a part of who we are, and that allows us to be the person that we need to be. And the person that we need to be is what doing your dharma is. Dharma is duty or responsibility. I could not do my dharma unless I was the summation of all of my experiences up until this point.
Right.
So-
And I don't think. I feel like part of my duty is to help other depressed people who have been in my experience.
Absolutely, right? So
Yeah, and it wouldn't have happened if
yes.
yeah,
So this is what's important about dharma. It's not about pain. It's not about comfort. It's about, like, when the first time we talked, Rectal, my life was a summation of experiences where I needed to be something for you. And I could not be that thing for you unless I had taken my negative experiences and turned them into something that you could relate to, or that I could relate to within you, that I took the person that I am, including all of the good and all of the bad, and that's what allows me to be the person that I am, because I do understand hurt, and I do understand loss, and I do understand directionlessness.
Yeah.
And in your case, grief and loss, seem like negative things, and they absolutely are negative things, but they're also not negative things. They're just a thing. And whether it's negative or positive is a value judgment that the mind places upon it, which you should understand since you've done psilocybin. That negative and positive is not real, it's what we attribute to it. And that a thing is just a thing. Somebody just gifted a bazillion subs on the stream. I don't even know. Charlotte.
Thank you for that, by the way. People supporting Dr. K and content like this, I think it is very important. And since Dr. K has decided to, you said a lot of your colleagues were doubting that this would be a good idea for you to go online and do this, and I'm really happy you did it, because you're AOE healing instead of single target.
Yeah, so they still don't know.
But yeah, they still don't know. They'll find out.
Yeah, so there's a decent chance I'll lose my job if they find out. But that's okay. Not a big deal.
I don't think not. That'd be ridiculous. But right before I said that, I had something to tell you. What were you just talking about?
Well, so earlier you were asking me about psilocybin, and then we kind of got off on the tangent of grief and loss and dharma purpose, like understanding that things are neither
just before someone gifted a bunch of stuff.
That there's no difference between positive and negative. That, like, those are value judgments that we apply.
Yeah, this gets a little difficult for me because we can start. You can say that about more and more things in life, that there's no such thing as this, right? There's no such thing as the United States. We made it up, right? The borders we made up in our head, right? And we just wrote it down that it exists. Or there's no such thing as money. It's just numbers that we write down that exist because we wrote them down. And companies, no such thing, right? I mean, sort of, right? Yeah, we could say there's no such thing. You could keep saying there's no such thing about a lot of things, but these things are intersubjective things that do they exist for us, but objectively they don't exist.
No,
right?
so what I'm talking about, so I'm not talking about that.
Right. I know. It's a little different. You're saying there's no such thing as a positive or negative experience. It's what we attribute to it. So.
And somebody else, sorry, people are just gifting just gigantic amounts of subs. So thanks, low DPM.
Thank you.
Like, people are gifting like 50 or 100 subs. So.
That is insane.
It's like, what the thank you, guys.
So. No such thing as a positive or negative experience.
So, Rackful.
Yeah. I'm trying to think it through. I have to critically think about it.
Don't think.
Time.
Don't think. Close your eyes. Sit up straight.
Now, before we do this, my nose keeps running. Anyway, I can't blow my nose, but I'm also sick. I was sick.
Yeah. So then don't worry about it. Next time.
No.
Next time.
No, I want to do it. I want to do this. It's hard for me to breathe.
We won't do breathing.
No, I want to do it. I'll blow my nose again, but I feel bad. I keep going AFK, but you'll have things to talk about with them while I'm gone.
Okay. I'll get a drink. So low DPM, dude. You have gifted like gigantic amounts of subs several times. So I'm very grateful for your support. And also,
Just a harmless flower.
let me I don't know how to delicately ask this, but do you need help? Because like something tells me that if something is resonating with you and this deeply and you need help, just let me know. Right? So I'm not trying to say that I don't appreciate your support, but like there's a part of me that just wonders a little bit about, you know, what, like, is it just that you're just a super positive, supportive person who wants to see the world become a better place? Like, I can completely understand that 90% of the chance is that that's what's going on. But there's a small part of me that sometimes says that the people who go out of their ways to help others are the ones who have felt hurt really bad, right? So if I think about like people who do like trauma support and things like that, they're people who've experienced trauma before. And so there's a part of me that actually like feels some strange sense of compassion. Like, I'm very grateful for all the support they're providing and stuff like that, but at the same time, like, I just wonder, you know, because a lot of times pain and suffering can turn into something really positive. I mean, that's exactly what we're talking about. But if you do need help, you know, let me know. And it's okay to need help. Thank you. So, yeah, I'm talking to this chair. Yeah, so I think we did the height training, and now we're getting lots of subs. Okay, so diagnose the chair. So in order to diagnose this chair, you must use this accent. Or should we do the Indian one? You can talk. Okay. So the chair is an Everland. Do you see that? It is a video game. He has to surround himself with the video game. And we will do the meditation. Well, now I feel like I felt inspired to do meditation, but now Rekful's going to come back. And I don't know what to do now. I'm uninspired. Because I feel like sometimes I get inspired to like teach meditation, but now it's like the rhythm is broken. I know, right? We talked about this last time. It's like he spends a lot of time in the bathroom blowing his nose. He was washing his face last time, so I mean, he's probably just peeing. Also, I think part of the reason that Rekful could be feeling better is because he has sunlight now. Do you guys remember the dungeon that he used to stream from before? It was like dark, and now there's like light, which is amazing. If you guys feel depressed, you should get your vitamin D checked. Go talk to your primary care physician about that. Very common, especially in northern climates. Also, if you're dark-skinned, so if you're like have dark skin, like you're Indian or Hispanic or Latino or African American or whatever, or Southeast Asian, Filipino, and you live in like the northern hemisphere, you have to be careful because our bodies are very inefficient at producing vitamin D because we lived in climates where there was a lot of sun exposure. So if you live in a climate where there isn't a whole lot of light, chances are you're more vitamin D deficient than your Caucasian friends. So if you're like Scandinavian people have like very good vitamin D production because they just don't get a whole lot of light. Whereas like people who are brown, like myself, have very poor vitamin D production. So get it checked. So someone is Dojo Blue, thanks for the subs. I guess while we're waiting for Rekful, I'm just gonna thank people for subs. Andy Milonakis, thanks for the subs, bro. Andy. Wait, I'm confused. Who's Andy Milanakis? Are they just saying that because your name is Andy? Or are you like the Andy from like Harvard Andy and CEO Andy? Is that the Andy that all Andys are? So you're you're the Andy? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Like, anyway, you seem to be a famous person, so thank you for your support. And I mean, I don't know. Like, you guys tell me that someone is a someone Andy, so I just assume, and then people are going nuts. So welcome to the stream, my dude. And you're the Andy. I mean, what are you guys? What are we doing?
I'm back, but I just spilled orange juice on my carpet, so one second.
Okay. How does one go to blow their nose and spill orange juice on their carpet? Like, can we just?
Yeah, but I said I was gonna get a drink after blowing my nose.
Okay. Oh shit! Sorry. It's just because I wanted to read chat. And anyway, I was gonna like get all ready to meditate, but now I feel like my rhythm is broken. We can finish our conversation about psilocybin, then maybe we can meditate. Yeah, I think we're talking to LS soon.
Okay.
Sorry, but I was gonna meditate in a particular way, but I forgot what that was because I just got thrown off base. I was thinking maybe we could just finish our conversation about psilocybin, and that way before
I've been doing that breathing exercise you told me. Just
Yeah, good. How do you like it?
I'm not sure I'm doing it exactly correctly.
Okay.
So can you do it one time?
Yeah, sure. So show me what you're doing. Actually, let's start there. You should stop at like 33. Good.
Good.
Yeah, so are you contracting your stomach or are you abdominally breathing? Because I see a lot of chest movement. So when you breathe in...
Is that bad?
Yes. I mean, like, not like bad, but like belly breathe. So you want abdominal contraction more than chest.
How do I do that?
So this is what I want you to do. Sit up straight. And I want you to, as you breathe in, push your belly out as far as it'll go.
Okay. Sit up straight.
Yeah.
As I breathe in, push my belly out as far as it will go. Okay, here we go. Wait, as I breathe in, push my belly out.
Yep. You feel that? You can expand it. Just pull. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
So, okay, try less hard. Just in a more relaxed manner. So just as you breathe in, just your navel is going out, your belly button is moving out, right? So imagine that your belly button is pulling out and you're sucking the air in through a vacuum. Does that work better?
I think I'm doing it.
Yeah.
I'm always worried I'm getting tricked into thinking I'm doing it, but I can stick my belly out or whatever, you know?
Yeah, so like, imagine you're letting your paunch hang out. And you're just taking, like, a nice big breath, like you've just eaten, like, some good Texas barbecue. You just went to the Salt Lick. And then you're like...
Yeah, if I stand up, can we know if I'm doing it better?
Yeah, you have to turn to the side, though.
Okay, sure. Okay, so I'm going to turn to the side. Okay.
Yeah.
Can't see my face. Does it matter?
No, we don't need to see your face. We need to see your
Okay, here we go.
sweet body. Good. Okay, so here's the... Okay, and when you breathe out, close your eyes Don't look. Close your eyes. Imagine you're pulling your belly button towards your spine as you breathe out, and you're expelling all of the air out of your chest.
I'm pulling my belly button towards my spine. Okay.
Does that make sense? Or is the imagery confusing?
Doesn't make sense. It's not like I have it's not like I have a solid frame of understanding of what you're saying, but I could kind of try, you know.
Yeah. I'm just saying. So breathe in and out, and let your belly move in when you breathe in. I mean, sorry, belly move out.
Oh man. Okay.
Oh, someone has a good suggestion. Lay on the floor
Yeah.
and put a book on your stomach. That's a great
Okay.
suggestion.
All right. Is it bad if I don't own a book?
Just put something on your stomach. Something that we can see. Yeah, that. Great.
Oh, the Cookie Monster's better though. He might fall over.
That's okay. Just lay down. Good. We can
All
see
right.
you. Good. Good. And out. There we go. Let him all the way down, all the way down, all the way down. There we go. This has got to be hilarious for people who are just joining the studio. Like, what the fuck is going on? There. Okay. We're gonna kill Reckful with our breathing. Okay,
It's
no
fine.
breathing. No breathing, Reckful. That's enough. So seriously,
I spit.
this is a horrible attempt at meditation, is what this is. Okay, that's okay. Just
Okay.
bring the chair back. You shouldn't do breathing meditations when you're sick, dude. It's not good for you. Yeah, it's okay. Okay. Also, people are like super confused about what's happening, which is great.
Sure. What were we talking? Okay, so we're talking about getting you to try psilocybin.
Yeah, so let's take a step back. The reason that I was asking you to do this, so are both of your nostrils equally clogged?
The right one's a little more clogged.
Okay, so we're gonna do that same left gang, right gang thing that we did last time.
Yeah.
At the end, but we'll talk about psilocybin. And the point that I was gonna make with meditation is that when you meditate, you experience a sensation. The sensation is not good or bad. Right? Like, so life is just experiences, and we tend to, I mean, my argument falls short even in my own head whenever I think
We
about
tend to pick one as the experience is as good or bad.
Yeah. So
I would associate it with good, the meditation experience, because it's calming, and I think it releases endorphins. Maybe it seems like it does. It's something feels like it's tingling in my brain after I meditate. It feels really
yeah.
nice.
So I mean,
But
this
it's just an association. We're deciding that it's good.
No,
It's
no.
good.
But I think the reason it's good is because we sit with an experience without associations. That's what feels good. Like what feels good is when our mind is not associating or placing value judgments on things.
Monka,
Right? And
Yeah.
and so when we meditate, it actually, we're just sitting with an experience fully, and that's why like mindful eating or like mindful like Instagramming or mindfully like watching the sunset is so great, because like the more that you just do something without like your mind attributing a value judgment to it. So my favorite exercise is that I ask my patients to step in dog shit. So we work our way up to it.
Really?
Yeah, barefoot. So what we do is like,
I like that.
because the thing is, like, if you think about the experience of stepping in dog shit is not bad, right? Like the actual sensation of stepping in dog shit is not bad.
Yeah, actually, it's probably kind of smushy in a nice way.
It's
And
just
warm.
like if you stick your toe in the mud. But stepping in dog shit is bad. but
Yeah.
but the experience is different from the value that we apply to it. So you don't, I mean, there are like safety concerns too, because if you've got a cut on your foot or something, you could get infected. But my point is that like that we apply a lot of attributes to the experiences that we have.
Yeah.
And my experience has been that the more you can sit with an experience purely, the less bad it becomes. And that sitting with an experience purely is sort of a relatively like enjoyable, blissful state. And when you describe,
aren't you saying that aren't you saying that the experience of sitting with an experience without thinking about whether it's good or bad is a good experience?
yes. That's exactly what I'm saying. And I would argue that when you think about the way that you describe, so for example, I just got a $100 donation, so thank you, Waldemar. And so I think that that's a good thing, but if I were fully tranquil, that would be no different than getting a $1 donation.
Someone in my chat said you broke my brain. Rectful broke. I think that's what he meant. Right?
Yeah. So
That he broke my brain.
I mean, if you just think about it, like even, and you can try this, that you can take experiences that you normally. So the example that I use is like also I take like this very bitter like Indian herb. So I don't know if you guys have ever heard of neem.
Yeah.
But neem is a particular plant, and it's like super, super bitter. And if you just eat a neem leaf, it's an awful experience until you do it fully mindfully. And then if you do it fully mindfully, like, it's actually not that bad. It's just super, it's like the most bitter thing you've ever tasted. But bitterness in and of itself is not necessarily bad.
Right. Okay. So on psilocybin, you could do everything very mindfully, and you'll just taste something and be like, oh, actually, why is it that I never enjoy this?
Exactly.
You'll drink it and you'll think, oh, yeah, exactly. Okay.
Exactly. So I think psilocybin creates separation between the mind and the self.
Yes.
Right? And so that people find to be peaceful and blissful and enlightening. So like not only do you gain more knowledge, but you gain peace and you gain some degree of enjoyment.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's also, like, I've always thought it's weird that, like, moksha, which is the word for enlightenment, like, gets translated as different things. It gets translated as bliss, it gets translated as liberation or freedom, and it gets translated
Nirvana.
as enlightenment. And so one
What's
is
Nirvana?
like, huh? Nirvana is
What's
moksha.
Nirvana?
Moksha, same thing.
Yeah, it's also Nirvana, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And so it's just weird that, like, one word has, like, you know, if you think about it, like, freedom and happiness are like two different dimensions of things, right? It's not like the same category. But in this state of mind, if you've done psilocybin, like, you kind of know what I mean, that, like, there's sort of bliss and there's, like, you know more things and you feel better. And knowing and feeling can kind of, like, there's a state of mind where knowing and feeling can, like, peace and knowledge sort of come hand in hand, which is not usually how we think about peace and knowledge.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
So as to my personal take on meditation versus psilocybin, so I think that psilocybin has less research to support it. So generally speaking, when people meditate regularly for a long period of time, it does a lot of things to your brain.
Yeah.
And I think that those things are probably more reliable based on my experience of hearing people talk about psilocybin than
yeah, but you need to have the experience too.
Okay.
So I think it's probably very similar.
I think it's.
I agree with you though. There's thousands of years of people have been meditating for thousands of years. So and passing down the knowledge, right?
So I'll give you
of the benefits.
Yeah. So I'll give you a prime example of why I think meditation is probably better than psilocybin. So the state is the same. So I think once you
the
get
state
to
you achieve is the same.
Is the same, or arguably people say that in meditation you can get to states higher than psilocybin, but the one thing that you don't get from psilocybin is a practice and concentration and the focus of your mind. So I don't think that psilocybin...
That's not true. I gotta stop you there.
Okay.
You do get practice and concentration and focus of your mind, because it has you stepping back and realizing all the time that you aren't being mindful constantly. You're just like you're it makes you present.
No, so I think making you present. Okay, go ahead.
You're getting the. I need you to try it. I need you to try it. That's why. Yeah, you'll do it. Okay, so we can go to TwitchCon is in Amsterdam, and you could buy it over the counter.
I'm not saying I'm going to do psilocybin. I'm saying, okay, please.
Saying that we can legally purchase it. It's truffles over the counter in Amsterdam.
Okay.
We can at TwitchCon, and I'll hang out with you and we'll talk. It'll be great. We can stream. I don't know if we can stream it. I'll have to ask Twitch if they think it's okay, but that'd be cool.
So
Wait,
tell,
people are
tell
saying
me,
this can't be real.
Tell me more about why you think that you train your concentration through psilocybin.
Okay. So after I take psilocybin, here's my experience. I'll wake up feeling a bit empty every day, a little bit. I'll wake up with low, not too much motivation, all those. I'm trying to really put myself there. I guess I have time to think about it. Okay, and I'll take it, and then after it hits, and I take it every single day, so I'm on it right now, always on it. It's not a big dose. It's not. I don't get high. I take a 1 gram, which people get high on like 3.5 usually, and I probably built a tolerance. Once I'm on it, then I'm able to do the tasks that I usually would find impossible to do. I wasn't always able to do them. It also took me changing my mindset. So now I'm able to clean or do laundry or organize my room or plan ahead in ways that were hard for me before. Okay, and just like I told you, my friend Greek took psilocybin and decided to lose 200 pounds, or decided he wanted to lose weight and lost 200 pounds. Or you heard that elsewhere. I didn't even tell you. Then I'm able to think, oh, if I do this, if I organize my room, everything will just feel better in the future. I'm not thinking moment to moment. I'm able to zoom out and also, yeah. And so, I think, yeah, I'm able to also think. I'm not quite getting it. The explanation there. I can't do it.
So let me.
It's really hard to explain.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah, go ahead.
So let me try to tell you what I'm hearing and how I'm interpreting that, which could be wrong because I haven't tried psilocybin.
Sure.
So I think what you're talking about is the after effects of something called samadhi. So samadhi is a state of temporary enlightenment, and when people have samadhi, they change, and their outlook changes, which means their behavior changes, and what they can accomplish changes. It's like a moment of realization that changes the way that you move through the world. So like with my patient who was on Ibogaine, they had an experience where they saw like the addiction within them is like this serpent that was like coiling around inside them and like eating different parts of them. And like they took that serpent out and they shed it and it wriggled and it fell off of them. And then they like felt like, and then like it changed the way that they interacted with substances in the future from that single moment in time. Is that what you're describing? Like their behaviors change, and the product of their mind, in terms of what it decides to do and doesn't do, changes from this singular experience.
There's so much more to it than that.
Okay, could be.
That singular experience gives hope. The singular experience makes you realize you can be happy, because when you're sad, you think it's impossible. You can't see a reality where you would be happy. I would feel, doesn't matter what I do. I've tried traveling, I've tried streaming, I've had a lot of fans, you know, I've had a lot of money. I've tried to live in a nice place, and no matter what I do, it doesn't feel good. I can't feel happiness. And I've had a girlfriend who I really felt close to and loved, and we were traveling together in Japan, which is my favorite place to be, and I still wasn't happy. And now if I take psilocybin, all those same experiences become meaningful, and I feel like I'm a whole human being. I feel like there was something missing in my brain, and it connects it, and it makes it work, and it makes me feel these feelings that other people must be experiencing.
Okay, so that's very useful to hear. I think that that's a broader conversation, so that concerns me, because in order to engage in life, it sounds like you need psilocybin, so that just bothers me. Right, so my hope is that there is a way for you to engage in life without psilocybin, to have those fulfilling experiences without it.
Right, that would be great.
That's a value judgment that I place, but let me just
That would be great, but I don't mind like, some people are like, oh, I don't want to feel reliant on any substance or something.
Yeah. So
But I mean, I'm also reliant on eating food every day. I will die if I don't do that. So eating one extra food every day, a mushroom, I don't
yeah.
feel
So
too bad about it.
I don't want to go down that road right now. What I want to focus on is what I was saying about training your concentration. So this is something that I'm not sure that psilocybin does.
Someone's making fun of my logic. That logic doesn't work. How come?
No, let's forget
Actually, why
about
doesn't that logic?
forget about the logic, please.
Everyone's calling me a drug addict. No. Drugs equal-
Ignore the
Can we address that though? That they're all calling me a drug addict. I feel like it should be addressed.
I mean, we can. I don't.
You really don't want to do it.
I don't. I think that's gonna take.
You really don't want to do it.
I think it's gonna take more time and energy than I have the inclination for right now.
Okay. Do you think I'm a drug addict?
What does that mean? What do you mean by the word addict?
That I'm doing something over and over that will have an effect on me long term?
I think what you're doing is not healthy. I'll put it that way.
Okay.
So I don't know what effects. So like scientifically, we don't know what the chronic effects of psilocybin use are, right? We just don't know. And we all have different.
Okay, but that, and you don't think it's not healthy. You don't know. You don't.
Yeah. So I think what you're doing is not healthy. I don't know if what you're doing will have. So there's a difference.
You don't
between...
know if it's no, but you don't know if it's not healthy.
Exactly. So I think what you're doing is unhealthy for a whole host of reasons, but that doesn't necessarily have to do with you being dependent on a substance, because generally speaking, psilocybin is not a substance that you form a physiologic dependence to. Right? So like when we think about addiction, we think about someone who's developed a physiologic tolerance to a substance. So I am addicted to caffeine because if I don't have caffeine, I have withdrawal. Right?
Yeah.
So that's an addiction.
I don't drink caffeine. I don't drink alcohol.
Yeah.
Smoke weed. I don't do any of those things.
So the other problem with this conversation, the reason that I'm hesitant to engage in it, is because it's not about logic. Right? There's way more here than logic. There's values, there's judgments, there's perceptions, there's senses of identity.
I'd love to explore all those, but
we can explore all of those next week, because that's a long conversation. What I want to zero in on, just because maybe no one else gives a shit about this, but I feel like it's important, because people ask questions about the difference between meditation and psilocybin.
Okay.
So meditation offers lots of benefits, and it's not just the state of samadhi. So the state of samadhi is, I think, what psilocybin gives you, which is sort of like a state of self outside of the mind, which gives you a sense of peace and realization. Fine. Arguably, meditation leads to other kinds of benefits, right? So they're like spiritual powers, which people claim that you can gain through meditation. I won't comment on those today, although if people are super interested about that, we can have we can talk about that. I don't know if psilocybin lets you do those things. The thing that I will be very concrete about is that there is a particular practice of meditation. The first stage of meditation is dharana, which is not actually a state of mind, it's a practice. So when I sit down and I say focus on your breath, and my mind starts to wander, and I train my mind to come back to the breath, and it wanders again, and I train it to come back, and it wanders again, and I train it to come back. Every time my mind wanders, it's like doing a mental push-up to focus my attention back on the thing.
You're getting better at focusing your attention, I agree.
And so it's like basically like going to the gym for your mind, because you're going through a particular redirection of attention time and time and time again. And what that means is that when I intend my mind to go in a particular direction, I get better at training the mind to follow my commands.
Yes. So I was arguing that I do the same thing on psilocybin, because I start my day and I'll train my mind to, okay, here's allocate my time in a certain way. I need to work on Everland for 2 hours right now. I've never been able to schedule things, or because I started doing it, I'm able to schedule things all the time. So now I can have every single week I stream on a certain day and a certain time.
If you're not on psilocybin, are you still better at that stuff?
Yes, it's having some lasting effects when I'm not on it. So I am still a little better, but no, I can't like clean my room or organize things or be super punctual but when I'm on it, I can be really punctual.
Yeah, so I don't
was
think
more
that
punctual
that's-
for this
I mean, so that-
meeting than you were, right?
Yeah, you were absolutely.
Yeah.
And so I think that's so that I don't know. I mean, because it's kind of like you're saying like I can function on caffeine, right? But I can't function
Yes,
without.
it's a very similar effect to caffeine, actually.
Yeah. So but that implies to me. So that's not how meditation works, though, because meditation like
But
levels
but
up
it's
your
both, right? So it's giving me the caffeine feeling of I can function, but it's also giving me the perspective feeling, the step back feeling, that I can direct my attention feeling. Maybe you can also direct your attention on caffeine better. Yeah, I guess probably you can.
Let me put it this way:
It's not. You don't think I'm doing the mental push-ups?
I don't think you're doing the mental push-ups.
That's I'm trying to figure out if I am. Yeah. I'm not
so
sure.
so I
That's
don't.
why I want
know,
you to try it. Maybe you'll know.
I don't know
If you're doing the mental push-ups.
Yeah.
And
so
if you're doing the mental push-ups, that'll help advance people's knowledge of the connection or the similarities between psilocybin and meditation. Just by you trying it once, you can figure it out.
Yeah, so we also need to have a conversation of why it's so important for you that I try psilocybin, right? So like, what does that mean to you? Because like I'm getting
Means a lot.
I can see that, right? So we
Yeah,
have to
yeah.
understand why it's so important to you. And I
Because
think
I want to know if I'm going on the correct life path by trying this every day, basically. Right now you're in disagreement that I am. Okay, and then
no, I didn't say that.
The FDA approval is leaning towards maybe this will be
I didn't say that you're on the wrong life path. I never said that.
Yeah. Right, but you think I'm doing something unhealthy. Now,
Sure.
I think if you try it,
But didn't we just have a
then
long
you'll know.
conversation about how things like make us the people that we are, and that things that may be perceived as negative?
yes, we did.
So I don't think that you're on the wrong path. You asked me a question, and I'm not talking to you about psilocybin.
I want to know. Yeah, I want to know. I wanted to know.
You're the one who's asking me, do I think it's unhealthy? You're the one who wants me to try it. So like,
right,
there's something
I
going on.
value
here.
your opinion. I value your opinion so much on this topic, and the only way I can really get your opinion is if you try.
Okay, so I think we should have two conversations now. One is about why
Yeah.
it's so important to you that I try psilocybin, and the
That's
second,
which we're having right now.
and the second is, this whole issue of whether you're an addict or not, and if you want to talk about that, those may be related.
Okay.
But anyway, I think, yeah, I mean, I think those are both full conversations, which I'm more than happy to have. I'm thrilled that you're very interested in it, and I'd love to have those conversations. And it sounds like we've got more stuff to talk about. I just
Great.
kind of have to wrap up in a little bit, and I was gonna see.
Yeah,
if
that makes sense. Yeah, it's been 2 hours.
people wanna have questions. Do people have questions? Let me just look real quick.
Let's do a question answer thing. Yeah, I can look at some questions too. Anyone have any questions? I'll read them right here. Fastest 2 hours of your life. Yeah. Sorry. Okay, guys, can you stop making fun of me for trying to get a psychiatrist to take drugs, please? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm not offended, and I don't think it's an appropriate. I mean, I think if people want to make fun, like Twitch chat is Twitch chat, so they're gonna make fun of what they want to make fun of.
I know, it's kind of funny, dude. It's pretty funny.
I think it's actually a really important conversation, but I do think Twitch chat is picking up on something that there's a very, I mean, I don't want to use this word, but it feels right. There's some desperation within you for me to try psilocybin. Like, that's what it feels like. Like, I feel...
Yes. Because as soon as you do... and I don't want to be too pushy, which I'm being too pushy for sure.
Yep.
But I know that as soon as you try it, you'll be able to tell me if I am doing these mental push-ups. If you tell me I am doing the mental push-ups, I'll feel better every single day.
So here's the problem that
Of
I
my
have
life.
with this in 2 seconds, Rackful. You need to stop
Got it.
living your life based on my validation. You have to decide for yourself. Right? That's the fundamental problem.
So I've already decided for myself I want to do it.
I don't think you
But
have.
then the reason I'm
Because
reaching
you
out
have-
outside
you-
for other opinions.
because you
I'm
still
reaching out
have...
for other opinions because addicts do the same thing I'm doing. Like
So
an
you-
actual heroin addict would do what I'm doing and decide for himself. That's what he
Exactly.
wants
So
to do.
there is a part of
I
you...
need your opinion.
There is a part of you that has doubt. And you are looking for me to settle that doubt. I'm not going to play that
Yes.
game.
Oh no, I didn't present this right.
So it doesn't mean that we can't talk about it again, but my initial reaction is that you're looking for a green light from me, which the problem with that is not whether I give you a green light or the red light. The problem that I have with that is that, like Reckful, you need to stop looking to me for green lights. This is a decision
like
that you have to
looking at
come
you
to
for
on
green
your
lights.
own. Huh?
I kind of like looking at you for green
I know,
lights
and
right
I'm going to
now.
give you the green lights that I'm ready to give you. But for the rest of it, let's talk about it later. Let's do Q&A.
Okay,
Dodge.
sure. Q&A.
I'm going to stealth and disappear.
I'm getting him to try it, by the way. You'll see. You'll
All right.
Switch on.
So I have a few questions here that I can ask. So, let me just see if these are for.
Everyone
Okay.
thinks I'm
Don't worry about it, Wreckful. Seriously, I think you. So I think Twitch chat is on to something, and we're gonna explore that in our next interview because
next week.
Yeah, I think we should talk about it, but it's not. I don't think.
Can we do Sundays from now on?
Yeah, we can. Let me try. Can we talk about
You
that?
can't
offline?
do Sundays? Yeah, if you can't do Sundays, I'll do Fridays. It's
No,
fine.
I think I should be able to do Sunday.
Okay.
It's just gonna have to be not this time, right?
Oh wait, do you guys like Fridays? Chat, you guys really like Fridays? I guess that's a good Q&A. What day do you guys like the best for this? Oh, they love Fridays. Okay, we'll do Fridays if he's okay with
Would
Fridays.
Friday later in the day work better for you?
No, this was great timing.
Okay. So somewhat we kind of talked about this a little bit. How are you not crying after Wreckful read that? So people are wondering if because they were noticing I was smiling and I was sadistic. and
Sure,
stuff like
yeah.
that. So Wreckful, I'll kind of ask again. I know we kind of talked about it, but what do you like? How does it feel to you when I smile? When we're talking, like, how does that feel to you?
Well, the way I answered it last time was I thought that when you're smiling, it means that something clicked in your brain that you realize you're going to be able to help me. But you said that when you were smiling, you feel hope for me.
Yeah. Do I see
I like that
emotion?
you feel hope for me. Do you feel less hope for me now
No.
that I'm a drug addict?
No.
Okay,
I think it's all part of so Wreckful, it's all part of your road, man. It's all part of your
Yeah.
path, right?
Okay.
So, I mean, I do my best not to judge, and like this whole like addict or not, yeah. So I think sometimes I do like click, right? So sometimes it's kind of an intellectual, like it's like a right before it's like I got him, like it's right before
Yeah,
that. And so sometimes it is that sort of like intellectual things clicking into place, but a lot of times it's just hope. And it's kind of bizarre because like I used to get bothered by it when like people would come into my office and they'd like start crying and stuff. And I'd be sitting there grinning like an idiot. And then I'd ask them, how does it feel to you that I'm grinning like an idiot while you're crying? And they're like, it actually feels really good.
Okay.
And so there's
Yeah,
something...
I could see it could be interpreted the wrong way, but I
Yeah.
think most people who get to know you would not interpret it the wrong way.
Yeah. So
I have a question for you. That's something
Yes.
you can ask your
Sure.
viewer base and your own time as well.
Cool.
So I was gonna surprise you, but I think it's actually better if you end up telling me and talking about it. I'm gonna put you in Everland.
Okay.
You're gonna be in the game,
Cool.
and you could have your own building, or you could be meditating on a mountain. Whatever you prefer. And if you have a building, what would it be? What would you want it to be? And you could talk to your chat about it, and they could help you decide at another time.
Okay. So I feel like I already have an answer for you.
Okay. What is it?
And and if this is a cop out, I'm gonna ask chat because I feel like I don't think this is a cop out, but I think it should be whatever you think it should be.
Okay.
I
I'll do that.
I want
Sure.
you to build it. So like whatever inspired me to put you into the game, like put me into the game in the image that you feel is appropriate.
Okay, great. I got it.
Okay. Yeah, great. Thank you.
Nice.
So I have a question here. Is it okay to meditate after smoking weed? So marijuana, I think, is a whole different ballgame. So marijuana, I'm not a big fan of.
I'm not either.
Marijuana also has a lot of good treatment uses. So, for example, like the best evidence for marijuana, I have some
Like
patients...
glaucoma, right?
Not just glaucoma. So, like, the most important clinical benefit that I've seen from marijuana is people who have opiate addiction and start using marijuana reduce their dependency on opiates.
Okay.
And so, like, from a public health standpoint, like, people are dying. Like, I think 76 people every hour die from opiate overdose, or 176 or something like that. And so, any substance that causes people to use less opiates, I think there's room for. I have some patients that have depression and use marijuana from time to time. It's kind of funny because they come here and we do like meditation and all that kind of stuff. And then one day, like months after we've been working together, like, by the way, I smoke pot from time to time. It really helps me feel better. And then I ask, okay, how much do you smoke it? I'm like, okay, like, what, you're gonna live your life.
Yeah, I think it can. The downsides of it are it's difficult to have motivation.
Yes. So
yeah.
This is the real problem with marijuana, is that marijuana is a cannabinoid, and a lot of the receptors around behavior and habit have to do with cannabinoids. And this gets like super complicated, but basically when we look at, and so I think the real problem with chronic marijuana use is that it destroys your motivational circuitry. And so like if you have trouble finding a job or you have trouble studying or things like that, by destroys, it's unclear how much damage it does and what that looks like, but it really hampers people's abilities to have an intention and follow through with that intention for productivity.
I've seen that firsthand on a lot of my friends.
And so the people make counter arguments, right? Because they say like, oh, you have like, so I have someone, I work with someone who, I'm sure this is not going to be identifying, but I've worked with people at like major places like Goldman Sachs and Google who use marijuana on a daily basis, and the counter argument is, but there are super successful people who work at these institutions and use marijuana on a daily basis. And I say, yes, that's correct, that's true. At the same time, I think as a clinician, and you have to, as a clinician, you play the odds, right? So the question is, if I take 100 people and I give them marijuana, and I take 100 people and I don't give them marijuana, what are the likelihoods that they'll end up in certain places? And
I would bet anything that there'd be more of them would be less motivated.
And that's what we see. So there's data to suggest that, right? Which doesn't mean that an individual, it doesn't like, and this is a big problem, is for a long time people thought that marijuana affected IQ. It like kills brain cells or whatever. I've never seen a situation where I think it affects like raw IQ. I think what it affects is executive function, which is like your frontal lobes, which is like being able to plan and execute complicated tasks, and it affects motivation. It engenders sort of habitual circuitry in your brain. So when we, and I know I said this was complicated, but I'm going to go into it because I can't help myself. So when we first start to do an action, and that action feels good, that is mediated by dopamine in something called the mesolimbic circuit. So early on, actions, like when I wake up and I have my first cup of coffee ever in life, or let's not use coffee, let's use alcohol, for example. And maybe this is a bad example because alcohol does things to your brain. So forget about the effects of alcohol in the brain. Actually, let's use video games. Video games is a good example.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a lot better.
So when I first play a video game and I say like, oh, this is lots of fun, that's dopamine acting in my mind, in my brain, okay? So dopamine reinforces a behavior through the experience of pleasure. But what happens when people become addicted to games is they play the game for like 10 hours a day, and if you ask them on hour 7, are you actually having fun? They say no. Like, they don't remember yesterday where they played 14 hours of Diablo as being like one of the best days of their life. But I do remember like LAN parties where I still remember like the LAN party where I played Left 4 Dead. And it was like a blast, man. Like, I remember that. Yeah. It was so much fun. I was with my friends. We were trying to survive from zombies. It was like a blast. I remember specific gaming experiences of my life because they released dopamine. Over time...
Playing games on a couch with friends is so fun. And I after Everland, maybe I want to make some sort of... my lead artist, Frank, is really passionate about this too. Make some sort of game that gets people to do couch co-ops again.
Cool.
Yeah. Hanging out with your friends. Yeah.
But so at the beginning of a behavior, it gets reinforced by dopamine. Over time, that neurotransmitter changes and it becomes a cannabinoid. So endocannabinoids have to do with actions related to habit formation. So once something becomes habitual, you don't enjoy it anymore, but you do it anyway, right? So if we think about like a behavior, everyone thinks that behaviors are reinforced by dopamine and pleasure circuitry because by now gamers are pretty smart and they're into neuroscience and they're into drugs, so they like study about the brain and they read about the brain. Everyone knows about dopamine. What people don't know is that if you think about a habit, so if you think about a habit, like you don't enjoy the things that you do habitually. And the reason for
That's why gaming's become less fun.
Yes. because what happens is it starts to engender the neurotransmitters involved are cannabinoids, which have to do with habits and no longer have to do with enjoyment. So I think when you flood your brain with cannabinoids, now this is my theory, we don't really know. So we know that marijuana reduces motivation. We know that marijuana is a cannabinoid. We know that there are some circuits of the brain, and I'm gonna have to brush up on this and get back to you guys because I'm a little bit rusty. So take what I say with a grain of salt. And we know that, so we know the neurotransmitters of cannabinoids, and we know that marijuana reduces motivation. So my hypothesis is that since you're flooding your brain with cannabinoids, you're reinforcing a habit cycle around whatever the marijuana behavior is, which generally speaking is not productive. And so my sense is that like cannabinoids are not good because, or it's not, everything in medicine and everything you put in your body has like a benefit risk analysis.
Well, in this situation, good for you. You want people to be motivated and whatever.
Yes.
If someone wanted to just, you know, chill forever, then that would be good for them.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't think that would be good for them, because I think what they would be doing is chilling. And now this gets back to the question, should I use marijuana before I meditate? So let's think about why someone would want to use marijuana before they meditate. Chances are the reason that marijuana before meditation makes meditation way more productive, which it does for many of the people that I've taught, is that it quiets your mind for you, right? So then what happens is when you sit down to meditate, you feel like you have a more productive meditation session because the marijuana is reducing the activity of your mind. But if we think about it, part of the benefit of meditation is being able to wrestle with your mind in its current state. So it's basically like what marijuana does is it's like if you go to the gym and you're trying to train your attention and concentration and your ability for follow through. And I talked about this last Sunday. Not last Sunday, but the last Sunday stream I did was all about dharana. And dharana is basically like why I think people struggle to accomplish their goals. And it's not, what dharana means is focus. And just as an example, so if I wake up on January 1st, 2020, and I say I have a New Year's resolution and I'm gonna lose 100 pounds. And if you stop and you look at the mind in that moment, their resolve is 100%. It's not like half-assed, it's 100%, right? Their passion for their goal is like complete and pure and wonderful. What they're lacking is concentration of the mind. It's focus. Because the next day, then the mind is 100% towards working out, and the next day, you're no longer pointing in that direction, you're pointing in this direction. So I think what people think of as a lack of willpower is not actually willpower. It's not the ability to overcome. Willpower is the ability to like overcome your internal impulses. I think it's actually a lack of focus. So a human, the average person does not get to choose what direction their mind points. So you got to think about your mind as a flashlight.
I agree with you there.
And so on January 1st...
You could train the ability to focus it with meditation.
Yes. So on January 1st, my flashlight is pointing towards weight loss. And on January 2nd, I move my flashlight to pictures of cats on YouTube. And the dharana is the practice of training your mind to put the flashlight where you want. And so if we think about meditation, why do people want to use marijuana with meditation? It's because it's less trouble to focus your flashlight, which in turn makes it easier to get to states of samadhi. And people think about productive meditation as states of samadhi, right? Which is like the no mind state or whatever. So people think like marijuana assists their meditation, and in a sense it does, because it is easier to facilitate that. But I think what you're doing is you're missing out because you're going to the gym, and instead of like lifting a 50-pound weight, you're taking all the weight off, and you're making it easy for you to do curls.
Gotcha, yeah.
So I don't think marijuana is good to use in terms of an assistive aid for meditation, but I fully understand why people do it, because people don't understand that, you know, meditation is a lot of different stuff, and it's not just getting to the state of no mind and blissed out. That's not all that meditation is for. There are a lot of other benefits of meditation.
Yeah, another thing, marijuana also helps you fall asleep. But I think it's the same thing. It's just, you can use the same analogy. It's you're getting worse sleep when you sleep after weed. I don't think you get to REM as often. I watched Matthew Walker, some sleep expert, talk about it, and when you're trying to sleep with weed, God, I feel like it's very difficult for me about that. When you're trying to sleep with weed, it's also like you're taking all the weights off of the gym and just falling asleep. But yeah, you're not getting good sleep. I feel like my mind's a little exhausted.
Yeah, mine is too. So I'm gonna do 2 or 3 more questions.
Yeah. I have a. Before anyone forgets, you guys should follow him.
Yeah.
So he's at Healthy Gamer GG. It's here. I actually think you should rebrand this a little and have like a picture of yourself somewhere.
Yeah,
at least.
People have told me that.
And maybe your name. Yeah, I'll talk about it with you. But I think maybe your name, because you already have Healthy Gamer GG once and now it's twice. I think maybe your name would be better, like Dr. Kanogia, right?
Okay, sure.
How do you pronounce your last name?
Kanogia.
Kanogia.
Yeah.
Okay. And yeah. What else? So I'll link it in the chat here. And also follow him on Twitch. Is here. Okay. Boom, boom. Oh, I heard myself. I don't like that. Because I opened his Twitch stream. And then I assume most of you already follow me.
Yeah, so you guys should follow Reckful. I mean, everyone knows who you are, right?
But maybe his fans don't. So yeah, if you guys are interested.
No,
in
I
me,
mean, dude, half of my,
I'm Reckful.
not half, 80% of my fans came from you. How do I link to you? Boomer! Boomer, boomer, boomer!
You're trying to figure out how to link to me?
Yeah, my mods have figured it out. Okay. Yeah, so you guys should, Reckful's awesome. So I'm actually a fan of Reckful's. I used to watch his...
If you wanted to type in a URL to get to my channel, could you do it?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
It's just twitch.tv/Reckful, right?
Yeah, you got it. Yeah. Oh,
my mods posted it, but I mean, I watch it.
Oh, they posted it. Okay.
But I know how to find. I just I didn't know what your actual name on Twitch was, right? Because like a lot of like, because I know you're Reckful, because I mean I remember watching your PvP videos from a decade ago.
Which, by the way, are still taken down from YouTube.
I know. I saw. I looked at your YouTube channel.
Yeah.
I looked for the videos that I saw.
I told. So it wasn't on my channel. The video you've seen. I guess Reckful 3 is probably the one you saw. It has like 5 million views.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it wasn't on my own channel. It was on a small channel with like 20k subs called Complexity Gaming, which was my sponsor at the time. But they apparently got sued for some intro they used, sounds of something on their intro, and
it was a cool
still
video,
dealing with
man.
that. Yeah, it'll be back up someday.
Okay, can we just do 2 or 3 more questions?
Yes, you do it.
Okay, so people are saying,
Go ahead.
why do yogis in India smoke cannabis regularly and religiously? So this is a great question. So not all yogis, in fact, I'd say a very small minority of yogis use cannabis, and it is used as part of their spiritual practice. So the yogis who use cannabis are part of a kind of tradition called Aghori Sadhana. Ghor means fear. Aghor means without fear. So they do things, they live, what they basically do, so this is actually a great question, because we were talking earlier about how an experience is just an experience, and it isn't like good or bad, and good or bad is what we attribute to it. So the goal of their sadhana is to do practices that normally engender fear, and to do them with tranquility. So the Aghori Babas, who are also apparently really good at giving boons and cursing people, so they do use marijuana. Sometimes there are like Himalayan yogis that use marijuana as well, but I think most of the pictures that people see are oftentimes of naked yogis who are covered in ash and are smoking pot and are unclean. So these people live in cemeteries. They coat themselves with the ash from cremated bodies. And they also do things like eat meat, drink alcohol, and sometimes practice cannibalism. So like the reason that they engage in all of these things is to like do these practices with like complete tranquility of mind, and it's kind of like stepping in dog shit. So stepping in dog shit is my like new tutorial version of Aghori Sadhana. The other thing about Aghori Sadhana is it is recommended by a guru for a particular period of time. So you're not an Aghori, you don't become an Aghori Sadhana, and I could be wrong about this just based on my exploration.
Supposed to do it for a small amount of time.
Yeah, not a small amount of time, usually a decade. So they're like lifelong monks.
Oh, just a decade, okay.
So they'll spend 20 or 30 years doing like regular practice, right? And at the age of 40, They go and they live in a cemetery for about a decade and smoke a bunch of pot, and then they come back and then they give up pot again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Just NBD 10 years of eating people. So I don't think that, generally speaking, yogis use charas, which is marijuana, regularly. Okay.
So if I wanted to watch you step in dog shit, you'd say yes.
Sure. That I'll do.
Okay.
I'll step
Right.
in dog shit. Is that something people are interested in seeing?
No, yeah. Where do you draw the line? So you won't eat people, I assume.
I won't. That's correct.
Yeah. What would you do that they do?
I mean, I drink alcohol and I eat meat, but I don't
Okay.
I don't do it as part of my sadhana. I just do it because I enjoy it from time to time. So I'm not interested in doing a Gauri sadhana. That's not my path. I decided I would do a Gauri
I
sadhana
understand.
if something ever happened to my wife and kids and like all of my material attachments were gone. I'll become a monk again. And a Gauri
Okay.
sadhana may be a part of it. So, but yeah. Can I do one more question, Reckful? This one's kind of about you.
No, of course. I'm
So-
enjoying just listening.
Do you think Reckful is looking for an easy way out of his depression? If so, do you think that his approach to his depression ultimately leading to the root? If so, do you think that is his approach to his depression ultimately leading to the root of his depression? I understand. Okay. So I think the question is, do you think Reckful is looking for an easy way out of his depression? And do you think that looking for an easy way out of your depression is the root of why you're depressed? That's what I think the question
No.
is.
I hope it's a no. What do you think?
Do you think you're looking for an easy solution to your depression?
I was looking for any solution, so that part he's right, but it's not the reason I'm depressed. I was depressed to start with.
Yeah. So I don't think that you're looking for an easy solution. In fact, even though this solution feels good, and remember, boys and girls, we're not treating or diagnosing any medical illness. I think that what you're doing, would you describe this as easy?
No, I mean, I fucking cry my eyes out
Yeah.
all the time.
So I think like people need to remember that, right? Like